Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Welcome everybody to the Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. If we would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Strong and remain standing for the invocation by Pastor McCoy.
If you will with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we give thanks and praise for all your mighty works. You're loving and good and gracious. Thank you for creating us and sustaining us day by day. Thank you that you made us in your image to exist in community with one another. We thank you for our city. Thank you for our elected officials, the businesses, the churches, the families, and the individuals that make our city a great place. Lord God, we acknowledge that we don't deserve these good gifts. We're not worthy of your favor, but we thank you for it. And we ask that our city would be known as a righteous city, a city that confesses Jesus as Lord, a city of peace and hope, a city with happy homes, a city with open hearts and minds. We thank you, God, that this is a city that welcomes the stranger, a city that cares for the needy, a city that defends the innocent, and a city that loves their neighbor as themselves. I pray that our civil servants would acknowledge their roles and perform them faithfully. Be with our judges, our attorneys, our law enforcement. Grant that they would never neglect or abuse their authority, but that they would stand firm for truth and justice. Keep them safe from harm as they serve our community. I pray for this council meeting tonight. Give the council members wisdom and guidance as they deliberate on the items before them. May every decision be righteous in your sight for our benefit and for your glory. In the mighty name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. And Madam Clerk, would you call the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bosch.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. And can we have staff introductions beginning on my right, please?
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Chris Hewitt, Assistant City Manager.
Thomas Rice, City Attorney's Office.
Frida Berman, Public Works Director.
Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager.
Angelica Horton, Community Services Director.
Rocco, Utilities Director. Airport Manager, Mark Standell. Paul Patty, Fire Marshal. John Detectina, Development Review Engineering. David North, Issues. Andy Harris, Jim Grant, Manager. Ryan Cornell, Israeli Services Director.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Okay, thank you. First item tonight is going to be presentations. The first one is Juneteenth proclamation, and could I have Tobin Johnson up forward with me, please?
Proclamation declaring the third Saturday in June in the city of Paso Robles as Juneteenth Day. Whereas since 1865, the American celebration known as Juneteenth has historically been observed as the end of an institution of slavery in the great nation of the United States. Whereas Juneteenth embodies the indomitable human spirit of the past, the present, and of all time. And whereas the celebration of Juneteenth gives us all the opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the true American spirit and to strive for a better, more perfect union. Whereas we are citizens who wish to secure the blessings of freedom, justice, equality in all of this great country of ours. And whereas the collaboration of community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, local businesses, local government demonstrate a shared commitment to bring part of the solution and acknowledging the importance of the strength of unity. And whereas June 19, 2024, Juneteenth, the observance of federal holiday in the United States commemorating the end of slavery. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by the virtue of authority invested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim the third Saturday in June, the city of Paso Robles as Juneteenth Day. Perfect. Would you like to say a few words?
Hi and good evening. My name is Tobin Johnson. I'm the president of our local NAACP chapter, and I'm so glad to be with you. I stand before you with a sense of gratitude and commitment, transparency, and integrity. So the history of slavery in America is one of the most significant and shameful aspects of our country's past. For over 200 years, millions of Africans were forcibly taken from their homelands and brought to the United States to work as enslaved people. Slavery was a brutal and dehumanizing institution that robbed people of their dignity, freedom, and humanity. We're here to celebrate Juneteenth as a part of our history, an acknowledgement that our history, Black history, is important. Although we're celebrating the third year as a federal holiday, but we've been commemorating this for a long time as America's second Independence Day. So we must continue to know our history, continue to teach our kids our history, and what Juneteenth stands for is June 19th, if you're not familiar with it. But thank you so much to the council, to the mayor. I appreciate you all doing this, and we continue working together and building our community for better.
Thank you very much, Toby.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Item 2, celebrate local projects. Paul Sloan, I think you're going to be up, Economic Development Manager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to present this project to you this evening. As background to the project, several months ago, City Manager Lewis sent out an email with the direction to develop a marketing campaign to encourage residents to support our local businesses. Ideally, this would be a collaborative effort with our stakeholder group partners working together to find a path forward that embodies the best characteristics and talents of our community. So I reached out to our stakeholder partners, Main Street, Wine Alliance, Travel Paso, and the Chamber, and each of them immediately jumped on board. And this was a collaborative project from day one. So we did a lot of brainstorming on how do we approach this project. And obviously we came up with the idea of videos. They say pictures worth 1,000 words and videos worth 1,000 pictures. And the theme of this video is to highlight the people that make the small businesses run and contribute not only to our local economy, but to the wonderful quality of life that we enjoy here in Paso. And we call it Celebrate Local.
You see them out every morning, getting ready for the day. They're our friends and our neighbors who've perfected the art of showing up. While they're rarely in the spotlight, you'll find them at the center of our lives. They are artisans, makers, creators, tradespeople, the merchants of happiness, purveyors of a job well done. They make it look easy. There's more than meets the eye behind their talents and their wares. It took them years of training, imagination, and investment to get to where they are today. And now they open their doors and welcome us into their world. Paso Robles is a place where legendary work ethic meets relentless creativity. The heart of it all for those who help us get things done, to live the good life. And their doors are always open because we show up too. Find the things we can't find anywhere but in our own backyard. Together we are community. Together, we make Paso Robles proud, independent, and one of a kind.
You can clap. So a little bit about the background of this. We wanted to make sure we walked the walk, and so the production company we worked with is a local company. In fact, the founder grew up here in Paso, and we wanted to make sure we talked the talk when it came to the voice for the narration. And after we'd come up with the storyline and the script, the production company sent us this direction. It says, our gut is to have a seasoned male voice with a voice of wisdom and insightful reflection. So in a pinch, I could fake seasoned male voice, but wisdom and reflection, that eludes me.
Doesn't work.
So with my colleagues on staff, we were brainstorming to see who do we know, who would sound good on this? And we were trying to think, who do we know? And we're listening to people's voices. And literally the next day, my colleague, associate planner, Katie Bannister, walked over to my desk and she goes, I think I found your voice. And a gentleman had come into City Hall for something completely different, obviously. And I went up to speak with him, and he had this great voice. So I handed him the script, and I asked him to read it, and everyone was like, wow. So I explained to him what the project was and asked if he'd be willing to do the voiceover for it. And he had one question. He said, is this something that works to bring people together? And I said, yes. And he says, then that's something I can get behind and I can support. So a little bit about him. He's a multi-generational Roblin. He's a Bearcat, graduated with the Paso Robles High School class of 1974, attended Cal Poly. He was actually a member of City Council back in the 80s. And he continues his service to the community today at the New Light Baptist Church, and he's Paso's own chaplain, Ken Parrish. He's not here this evening, but he's listening on the radio. If you want to give him a round of applause. Yeah. So next week, we'll begin rolling out communications on this, press releases and social media that Shauna Howenstein here in our office has put together. Starting in July, we'll be running a shortened version of this on all the screens before all the films at Park Cinemas, and those will run throughout the summer. And we got all the blockbusters coming out. The domain name, celebratelocalpaso.com, that goes to a landing page on the city website where it has a few excerpts from the video and the script, but then it has the 4 logos of the 4 stakeholder partners, and they all link to their respective lists of local businesses. So we try to make it a project that supports local businesses. This was a project of collaboration from start to finish, hands down, and I want to give a very big thank you and shout out to our local stakeholder partners because we're very fortunate to have such a concentration of talented marketing professionals who are exceptionally good at what they do. So a thank you to the Wine Alliance, Travel Paso, the Chamber, and Main Street. Last but not least, I would like to just point out, this was funded out of the economic development budget. In case anyone knows, that's my budget. And one of the key parts of economic development is business retention and expansion, which means supporting our local businesses, which I hope we've done with this. So with that, I'm happy to take any comments, questions?
Well, I just want to make sure that you keep your film directing career right here in Paso Robles. We don't want you going off the banner. Well done, Paul. Any question for Paul?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Right.
Thumbs up.
Well done. Appreciate it. All right, moving on. We are in general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within its purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to our city clerk prior to speaking, and you'll have 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on an item scheduled for tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity at the time the agenda item is considered. First up, looks like we have Linda. Go ahead.
Hi. Are these a message? Earplugs? Did you guys need these before I start? 3126 Spring Street, Linda George. They're earplugs up here. I came for other reasons, but I found out recently, I just explained to the fire chief, that the inspection that I got on through HCD, the MRLPP, Mobile Home Residency Law Protection Program, on 3126 Spring Street revealed a gas leak. So the gas leak has been repaired. They were going to evacuate. Of course, they only told half the park, not all of us. So they were going to evacuate. They found out that the gas leak was not as severe, and it is repaired now. So all my anxiety about blowing up in that park is over. I want to thank Chief and Fire Marshal for coming out with my demands and asking for fire lanes, because now our park is probably going to be the safest park right now in Paso Robles. But that's it for today. There's a lot of things going on statewide. As you know, that Governor Newsom is trying to undermine Prop 47. He's tailor-made about 15 bills that will repeal this and repeal that. County DA Dan Dow is asking people to get involved relative to the other initiative that passed, ending the homeless, ending the crime and all that stuff. So we got a couple bills that are up there at the state capitol that are to try to get crime illegal again. So, but otherwise, I see you have a full house, and I'm not going to keep you guys tonight. It's going to be fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Got one more coming in, Richard. Welcome.
Mayor Hammond and members of the council, I'd like to start by saying thank you for the work you do on our behalf on the city council. Your work is vital and we appreciate it. My name is Brett Knupford. I'm a member of the Paso Robles Democratic Club. I'm here tonight. Tonight we are making our initial announcement of our first annual Steve Martin Community Service Award in honor of former Paso Robles Mayor Steve Martin, whose contributions to the city were many and included bringing a wide range of community members together to work for the greater good of our community. Mrs. Jennifer Martin, Steve's widow, unfortunately can't be with us here tonight in person, but she is supporting our efforts here fully. The Steve Martin Community Service Award will, importantly, be nonpartisan. Each year, it will be given to a member of our local community from Paso Robles, Shandon, San Miguel, or Templeton, who has made a valuable contribution to improve our quality of life. For instance, the award may be given to residents who have brought people together to work in common purpose to improve our community in terms of housing, agriculture, the environment, education, safety, social services, or various other endeavors. It is worth repeating that the Steve Martin Service Award, Community Service Award, is a nonpartisan award. Central to its purpose and theme is not one's political affiliation, but rather the bringing together of community members to work in common purpose for the betterment of our community. The award will be given in December of each year, beginning this year, at a local press event, and will consist of a handsome tabletop crystal award. It looks sort of like this. And a $250 stipend. With this announcement, we are now seeking award nominations, which can be submitted online or by hard copy. We will provide you here with copies of the hard copy nomination form along with a cover letter that explains this award fully and the nomination process. The award for the address for the online and paper versions are on the cover letter. And we look forward to talking with each one of you as our elected community leaders and to other community members about the contributions of our fellow residents, the ones that they have made. We encourage you and your neighbors to consider contributions of people that you know to nominate them for this first annual Steve Martin Community Service Award. Thank you.
Thank you, Bert. Do you guys have a website that people can find you at and maybe get that information from?
Yes, we do. Our website is PasoRoblesDemocrats.org.
Very good.
And I will, as I said, I will leave this here with you tonight, and I will have copies in the back for anybody who is interested.
Thank you, Bert.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Welcome.
Hi, I didn't fill out a card. I don't know if I'm supposed to do that, but I'm here. So my name's Ron Walters from Paso Robles. I have two questions on the homeless situation in the town. I know that Paso and all the cities are doing the best they can to help the homeless find places in Echo and all these other places. My two concerns are the city park here. There's constantly people sleeping in the park over there at night, and I'm wondering if we can encourage the police department to make more patrols for people not to sleep there. I will add that the police department, I appreciate they're doing the best they can with their hands tied and limiting what they can do. The second issue is right behind these three windows, you have a lady that has lived there for 3 months. She has her possessions there. She stays there. The police cannot move her out. And I'm suggesting that that is a bad situation. If we get additional people starting living there, you're going to have a situation where you may have 4, 5, 6 people going, oh, if she can do it, then I can do it, then I can do it. And they're having difficulty moving that person out. I would like to make a suggestion. I would like to suggest, because that alcove is really not used, I'd say you put a wrought iron fence up there or play music at night to make it not a comfortable place to sleep, or put lights up. Also, encourage the person to go to the Echo and get her shelter over there. Sleeping 3 months outside the backside of your window there is not appropriate. It's not good for the city, and we need to do something about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just respond to that one briefly.
Yes.
Just so that everyone's aware, the city does have an anti-camping ordinance. Unfortunately, Boise v. Martin, a decision of the courts from the Ninth Circuit a few years ago really limited our abilities to enforce camping ordinances. There is the Grants Pass case, which was argued at the Supreme Court a few months ago, and we are awaiting a decision. And once we have that information from the Supreme Court, hopefully within the next month or so, we will be in a better position to update our ordinance and potentially take some additional actions or have some more resources. But we need a decision from the Supreme Court before we're really in a position to do anything different.
Basically, we are doing everything legally we can do at this point in time until we get more clarification.
Till we get some more clarification. And they did have the arguments recently, and we do expect a decision this summer.
Yep. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay. We're going to, one more? Sure. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Ana Munoz, Maestra. Happy almost Juneteenth to our people, of course. And I'm excited to hear that our events are on the agenda because we're working really hard to make sure we have great events. I want to come here and personally say, gracias. I see people working so hard every day to make Paso great, and it's just a great feeling. I personally belong to a group of talented artists, a lot of them Latino, Sudamerica, and they love to display their wares. And that's why we're hoping we can get this on the agenda, because to hand make embroidery, crochet, weld, all those great artistic talents take a couple months to get ready for the big events. So we're excited to hear about it. On a fun note, my family loves Halloween, and many local people love Halloween. Some of us even celebrate halfway to Halloween, kind of like Christmas in July. And we're excited to put on a safe and fun Halloween this year to include activities in the park. It really does take a couple months to put that all together and make it really great for our children. Y para mi gente, we always work tirelessly in the fields, restaurants, hospitality jobs, and growing the grapes for our legendary Paso wine. Therefore, we are super excited, feliz, to celebrate Dia de los Muertos in honor of our ancestors who came before us. I want to make sure that we remember all the great people and the good times. Like I was just at the concert in the park. Thank you for everybody who does that. That's an awesome activity. And these upcoming events will be similar, will be a time for all the community to come together and build new memories. Thank you, and please start thinking about Halloween and Dia de los Muertos because it takes us time to put it all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Austin, welcome.
Good evening, City Council and members of the community. My name is Austin Solheim. I'm the Director of Operations and Development for El Camino Homeless Organization, or otherwise known as ECHO. I wanted to come here and share tonight, and hearing some of the comments, I know that there is more to do, but I'm proud to tell you that today, in 2024 alone, ECHO has helped 110 individuals and families find stable housing in our community. It is an incredible We are so grateful for the investment that the community and the city have made into our programs, into our services, and we just want to say thank you to every single person. We are also proud to share that, you don't have to wait for me to come to public comment anymore to see what that number is, and because now it's going to be shared on ECHO's website at echoshelter.org, right on the banner. And I'm also proud to tell you that it is already wrong because 2 individuals just moved out 2 hours ago, and so it just moved to 110. So it's going to say 108 on the website till I get in tomorrow morning. But I'm just incredibly grateful to the community, to the city council for your support, and just thank you for making so many individuals' lives so much better and giving them the opportunity to find stability and find housing in our community. So thank you all.
Thank you, Austin, for your partnership. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Dave Nelson. I want to thank the city for removing the parking kiosks, and I hope that we will get as much money as we can for them, wherever and however, and not see them again. I've sent in some questions regarding a later issue, and I'm going to request that either Councilmember Bausch or Councilmember Gregory read my email into the record, since it's not actually submitted on the record, at whatever the appropriate time is, and I would like to make a point of order at that time regarding the airport. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment then and move on. Agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Lewis, do we have anything set up for that?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go ahead then. And next is the overview of the items on consent calendar. Consent calendar is coming up. These are items on consent that are not typically considered routine, or rather they are considered routine, and do not normally require separate discussion. However, a member of the council or the public that has a specific question or wants a more clarification on an item cannot be addressed at the time before it's taken. Any member of council or public wishes to pull a full discussion item, the item will then be put on the end of the discussion calendar to add tonight's meeting. So start off with council. Does anybody have anything on consent items 1 through 9 to have questions or would like to have pulled? Anyone from the public would like to have anything pulled? Linda? Or question on?
Yes, I had a question about the advocacy, the grant writing, or the Townsend. Number 7.
Number 7. Do we have a actual question, or is it something that you want to have answered, obviously, or pulled to the end? Which way, what would you like to have?
The actual question is this, because we just, it was announced that the library received a $75,000 grant, Play for All. And I looked at the details of that, and that requires a $75,000 match from the city. So one of my questions comes to the fact of, where on the grant writing before they're submitted, now I find out today it's an advocacy group or a person doing it. So when they're submitted, do they seek advice before they submit a grant that's going to require us to pay? And then the question leads to the carpet in the library, which is, if we get $75,000 from the state, we match 75, isn't that enough for the carpet? Well, someone named Lori Wilson said that's not what they want, but that's not how life is. So I looked at that grant, and it doesn't specify what it could be spent on, but it does say that it can create environmental spaces for the children to play. That's my question.
We can get an answer. How about Angelica? Would you like to go ahead and answer that?
Angelica Fortin, Community Services Director. The Library Foundation actually applied for that grant through the California State Library. There is no match. I'm not sure where that information came from on the website, but there actually is no match. The grant was specifically designed to foster learning through play, and that is what we applied for. Previously, we had applied for an infrastructure grant through the state library, which would have helped us pay for carpeting, but that was denied by the state.
Very good. All right, thank you. Mr. Strong.
Just to clarify, most grants require a match, whether they're federal or state. So it's not unusual to require a match. The interesting thing is it's a way to get them to pay that share, at least, so we don't have to pay the whole thing.
Okay, we'll bring it back then if everybody on public comment is finished on this one. We'll go ahead and bring back to council for discussion and or direction.
Mayor, I move we approve items 1 through 9 on the consent agenda.
Strike it strong.
Okay, Pro Tem Gregory is doing that. Then we have Councilman Strong as a second. Any discussion on that? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Yes, we're going to go ahead and let City Manager tell us what we just did.
Excuse my squat. I said, excuse my squat. We're a little short on chairs tonight, so I felt bad for Mr. Carr, Indian style on the floor. Okay, so item number 1 is approval of the June 3rd, 2024 City Council special meeting minutes. Item number 2 is approval of the June 4th, 2024 City Council minutes. Item number 3 is the receipt of the advisory body minutes for the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee on May 13th, 2024. Receipt of the warrant register, and as we usually do on that, we give a little short preview on that, and I apologize for not having it opened already. We're okay. We have one there at very on the end there.
Got it covered there, sir.
You're very kind. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Fred.
Good idea.
All right.
All right, so we had a one contract and expenditure of notable amount capital project to Granite Construction Company in the amount of $268,136. We had 62 checks in total for the period of 5/31 and 6/7. We had 932 more checks for the amount of $1,252,385. We have a receipt of the Treasurer's Report, which is item number 5 for April of 2024. Item number 6 is approval of Consumer Price Index, annual inflationary adjustments, and position-based adjustments to the comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 2024 and 2025. Item number 7 is approval of amendment number 2 to professional services agreement with Townsend Public Affairs, which we just discussed in part. Item number 8 is award of a construction contract for the South River and Serenade Rectangular Rapid Flashing Beacon and Striping Improvement Project. Item number 9 is approval of the city's participation in the updated San Luis Obispo County Regional Special Weapons and Tactics Team Memorandum of Understanding. And that concludes our consent agenda summary.
Very good. Thank you, Todd. Moving on, we'll open up the public hearings. First item on the public hearing is approval of a resolution confirming the existence of weeds or noxious growth, creating a potential fire hazard, and ordering their abatement. Battalion Chief and Fire Marshal Paul Patty, you have that for us.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of council, and city staff. Paso Robles experienced a significant increase in late seasonal rain. We recorded 21.20 inches, 50% higher than our recorded average since 1942 of 14.11. Our second consecutive year of significant rain has again grown our hazardous fuels to heights taller than we normally see. Without periodic rain, these tall weeds dry out and become hazardous fuels. Paso Robles takes a proactive approach to these hazardous fuels. Ordinance 1048 NS was adopted into the Paso Robles Municipal Code in 2018 to establish minimum requirements regarding the abatement of hazardous weeds and rubbish. Historically, our vegetation fires increase in size and quantity from July through November each year. Over the last 3 years, there's been a significant reduction in vegetation fires within the city. This reflects our successful efforts in our weed abatement program and the riverbed fuels mitigation plans. Our 2024 abatement inspections. The city of Paso Robles has approximately 11,700 parcels. Those parcels were inspected for compliance with Ordinance 1048 NS during the 3rd week in May. These inspections found 715 parcels to be non-compliant, a reduction of 33% from last year's peak of 1,069. Property owners found non-compliant were mailed a notice to the address on record with the county assessor's office. Those letters returned as undeliverable had properties staked with a copy of the letter indicating a notice of hearing with today's date. Follow-up inspections in the last week of May found that 715 number reduced to 207. A second letter was sent to property owners in the first week of June with subsequent inspections finding the number of non-compliant properties reduced to 65. Properties were staked after the June 4th council resolution declaring certain properties within the city limits as public nuisances due to hazardous fuels and/or refuse, with a notice of hearing with today's date. Inspections continued over the last 2 weeks, with the non-compliance number reducing each day towards our goal of full compliance before July 1st. As of this morning, the list provided to council as Exhibit A has further reduced significantly to 12 properties in violation of Ordinance 1048 NS. Tonight, we ask that those remaining properties found in noncompliance listed in Exhibit A be declared a public nuisance, thus granting the fire chief the authority to abate the nuisance. End of report.
Okay, thank you, Paul. First question I had real quick. What happens after they are declared a nuisance, and what procedures do you as a department take?
So after tonight, we've already gone through most of these properties that are down to the 12 that are left. We've visited at least a dozen times to make contact. We made phone calls when possible, knocked on doors, put notices on doors. The property's been staked. After tonight, we have a contract with a abatement contractor, and those properties will be sent to that abatement contractor, and they will complete those abatements before July 1st date.
And then they be charged back to the property owner either?
They will be charged back to the property owner, and then there's an administrative fee that is on top of that that matches what the cost is for their abatement.
Very good. Questions? Councilman Strong.
Yes, could you identify the 12 from
12,
this?
that's
This is
that's the least that we've had. Last year, we abated at the end of council last year.
Do you know which numbers on here they are?
Yes, I do. Would you like me to read them off?
Please.
Okay. Yeah. The properties still in noncompliance are number 1, number 6, 15, 32, 33, 35, 36, 55, 56, 58, 63, and 64.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Chris. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you repeat 35?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say repeat what?
Did I hear you say number 35?
Yes, number 35.
That's the city.
That is not city property. Number 35? 594 Red Cloud?
Okay, so I'm looking at a different list.
Okay. Yeah, I have this list here that I can provide to you guys. I can give it to you.
Why don't we read the actual addresses into the record if that would be okay, Mr. Pat?
Yeah.
Chief Pat.
Yeah, because actually 35 is listed as owned by the city of Paso Robles.
That's not. That would be problematic. No.
I can go ahead and read the list of property addresses if you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been going daily out there, and there might have been a list that got crossed somewhere.
This is the list.
That is the list as of this morning.
Okay.
Yes.
535 Fine Avenue, 1427 Pine Street, 521 Olive Drive, 627 Creston Road, 928 Austin Court, 594 Red Cloud Road, 410 Creston Road, 910 Vista Grande, 924 Osos Way, 1560 Golden Hill Road, 5050 Airport Road, and 3490 Airport Road.
And for the record, Paul, the city of Paso Robles does have to take care of its own property.
Oh, yes. Yes, we do. And then when we see properties, I'm constantly going in and talking. Yes. So we get those done as soon as we can.
Very good. All right. Any other questions from council? No. We'll bring it out to the public. Anybody wishing to have questions for Paul? Okay, we'll bring it back to council for direction and/or action.
So can we have a motion to close? We're looking for a motion to close the public hearing and then to approve the item.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and then call for the question.
So move.
Strong. Made it.
Second.
Motion by Strong, second by Pro Tem Gregory. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Roden.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. All right, moving on to discussion items. Number 1, approval of new city park event, De los Muertos. I think we heard a little about it earlier. Frida Berman, you have that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Tonight, we are asking that you approve the request of the Main Street Association to host a new event in City Park, Dia de los Muertos, on Saturday, October 26th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead, is a traditional Mexican holiday where families welcome back the souls of their deceased relatives and celebrate with food, drink, and festivities. You might be familiar with the movie Coco, and that holiday was popularized in that movie. In commemoration of the celebration, families create ofrendas, decorative altars. The Main Street Association, with its merchant partners and partnering organizations like the Hispanic Business Association and Historical Society, will produce a cultural awareness event that brings the entire community together to celebrate cultural diversity while highlighting all downtown has to offer. Event attendees will have the opportunities to learn cultural crafts, enjoy mariachi music and folklorico dancing, and interact with artisans. Culturally specific foods will be available for sale. Ofrendas will be displayed both inside the Carnegie Library and outside on the steps. With that, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Rausch-Klauth, Chair of Main Street's Promotions Committee, and Maria Garcia of the Hispanic Business Association to add their comments.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much, Council. We really appreciate the opportunity to present this amazing event. And if you haven't noticed, we have someone coming in like every meeting. Her name is Ana Munoz. She's been coming in and talking about Halloween, and she's been talking about cultural events, and she's been talking about Day of the Dead. So she keeps putting it in your ear just so you can hear and wait for us for today for the presentation. So anyways, we want to say thank you very much for the consideration of this event. This is something that we are looking to do in collaboration with the Hispanic Business Association, as well as we've been talking with the school district, we've been talking with other Hispanic organizations to bring about this event. We've also been talking to a lot of different vendors who are cultural specific as far as their knowledge and understanding, but also those who represent the arts, who represent food, who represent anything and everything when it comes to the Hispanic culture. So that means I'm gonna have to work on my Spanish, if anybody can help me with that. But anyway, but the whole thing is that it's just a really great way for us to bring together and to come together, not only collaborate with other associations, but to bring about a new event. So we're really excited about that. And we do want to say thank you to Anna for bringing us the opportunity and the ideas and her commitment to our community to foster the development of cultural awareness events. She does these on a regular basis throughout California, so it's been really exciting to hear and to see videos and to talk with people who do these all the time. It's been a really great ride for me anyway. I've been learning a lot. But in with that just means that we're going to be able, hopefully, to develop a lot of new partnerships, to bring about students, to bring about other organizations. So thank you so much for the consideration. And of course, if you have any questions, we can certainly answer it. I'm going to hand it off to Maria.
Hello. Thank you so much. Maria Elena Garcia with the Hispanic Business Association. I also wanted to add, since gentleman Brett brought up Mr. Steve Martin. He attended Dia de los Muertos for HBA several times. And so hearing his name earlier today just brought back a lot of memories. And so definitely HBA has been doing Dia de los Muertos. We've done it at Sculptero Winery several times. And so bringing it to the city park this time and actually enjoying it with the whole community would be awesome. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Bausch.
So thank you very much for the presentation, for your effort bringing this forward. I notice on the recommendation that we have this for one day, October 26, 2024. My understanding that this was supposed to be an annual event. Did this change?
No, it did not change. This will be our first event, so we were looking at doing it on that date.
And subsequent dates in the future?
Yes, please.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
For the first time, when an event is new, we bring it to the council.
Right.
After that, if the promoter intends to stage it again and it's a successful event, we have, that date is reserved for that.
So when we come to a motion, we can add that and future.
Absolutely.
So we don't have to do this again next year.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Pro Tem Gregory. Yeah.
Jennifer, can you wear the face paint next time you make a presentation on this for us?
You got it. Whatever.
I've seen Maria, but I haven't seen you in that face paint.
Oh, yeah. That'll be funny. Thanks.
Question I had, Frida, was will there be any planned street closures for the event?
They have not requested any street closures.
It's all in the park then?
Yes.
Very good. Excellent. Okay. Any other questions from council?
And I wouldn't mind having Coco there, but I don't want to see necessarily the relatives that he was visiting on the other side.
That was a cool movie. Anybody from the public wish to address this item? Okay, I'll bring up one more, Linda.
Well, I've had the opportunity to get to know the Hispanic community better. I've been going to some of the events, and I just want to remind the council that we are 50% Hispanic and 50% Caucasian, basically, in this city. And in our district, District 1, it's basically 50% Hispanic and 50% Caucasian. And I really want to encourage that we start representing the Hispanic community in the best possible ways. And I think starting a celebration and event would be really awesome. So I completely support the thought of having the culture of 50% of our city or town, I'm still not sure yet, that we get to celebrate everything that they already celebrate and believe in. I am Native American. I was Hispanic raised, but I didn't find out till about 10 years ago. I'm Native American and French. And we all can guess how that happened, right? We got some wars going on back in that day. So I don't feel guilty anymore for not learning Spanish, but I too, like Jennifer, I need to learn Spanish. Hablo español. Sí. I did learn how to sing some Hispanic songs. So please consider it. I've been to the Mujeres Acción Mixer. It was a great time. There's wonderful people there. And I tell you, the culture is so amazing. We know how to have a good time. Thank you.
Anyone else? Francisco.
Francisco Ramirez. I want to thank both Jennifer and Maria for bringing this up and the invitation to use the city in collaboration with the city. And also bring up that, by the way, in this county of San Luis Obispo, the Hispanic Business Association was one of the first organizations to celebrate Dia de los Muertos in this county. And after that, it goes to show that once people start copying you, there's something going on with the event that you're doing. Now it's being done throughout the county of San Luis Obispo. So I'd like to recommend that you guys all approve this collaboration going on, because it is, the translation says Day of the Dead, but the real translation is Day of Remembrance. Those that have left us and gone before us, ahead of us, like Mayor Steve Martin. Thank you.
I go, Severs. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to council for discussion. Councilman Belch.
Anybody have any other comments? If not, just to move the meeting along, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, if you're ready. Yeah.
just to approve the request of the Downtown Main Street Association to stage the Dia de los Muertos event in City Park on October 26th and subsequent dates in October until ended by resolution.
Second.
Motion by Bausch, second by Roden. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the question.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on, discussion item number 2, adoption of operating capital budget for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26, and appropriations limits for fiscal year 24-25. Ryan Cornell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. I am pleased tonight to be able to present to you the city's operating capital budgets for the next 2 years, fiscal years beginning on July 1st, 2024, and ending on June 30th, 2026. This budget process has been ongoing for the last 5 to 6 months or so, and here's a quick little timeline of where we've been, and we're finally at the end of the line where we are finally adopting the budget today. But some of the common budget overviews and themes that you'll see in this budget is, a little bit more conserved. We are anticipating revenues flattening out due to some economic slowdowns. But we started off with the whole budget process with introducing these SMART goals, these goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And so we really started the budget process with the goals and strategic priorities of City Council, and then we really developed the budget. The budget does live within our means. We do meet minimum reserve policies throughout all the funds, and we continue to move some of the deferred maintenance projects into construction status or at least shovel-ready. The budget report is considerable. I think it's now up to 300 pages or so, but the first 30 pages I think are the most important pages of the book, and actually the first 7 pages of the first 30 pages are the most important. They are the budget message. It is the 10,000-foot overview of the city, where it has gone, what we've accomplished over the last couple of years, and what we see in the future, and some of our challenges and some of our progresses. Right behind the budget message is the City Council adopted goals that we approved in springtime, and then we dive into some of the community profiles, the details of the city. One little change from when I presented a budget draft on June 3rd to now is adding this budget process and timeline. We reviewed some of the Government Finance Officers Association's comments from our budget last cycle, and they had recommended adding certain components back to it, the budget process and timeline being one of them. And then lastly, in the introductory section is just kind of some city facts, demographics, property taxes, and the like. The next section of the report dives right into the fiscal analysis, the numbers of everything. So we have all the funds laid out with all the revenues, expenditures, all the transfers, how it's being spent on operating expenditures and personnel and the like. It even breaks it down even further into fund statements. Fund statements drill down and just, let's say, for example, the general fund, where we take a little bit more of a 5-year outlook of the general fund, a little bit more detail of the revenues and the like. So big picture overall, about 50% of the city's general or appropriations for this upcoming year are going to be in general fund and capital projects. Another 20% in the enterprise fund for water and wastewater. So that's kind of the majority of the operations of the city. On the right-hand side, you can see the appropriations by department. And again, there's no surprise there that City Council prioritizes the infrastructure, streets and roads, and capital projects. The utilities is a big enterprise fund, and then followed by public safety and streets and roads and the like. As I was alluding to, the general fund, all the fund statements have a 5-year history. It's a 2-year back, the current year, and the 2 years forward. It breaks down the revenues by each individual type, the expenditures by department. There are 4 types of expenditures: personnel, that includes all salary, benefits, retirement, and the like. Operating costs, pretty much everything that's not personnel. Debt, if we do have debt obligations, and then capital expenses. For the fiscal year 24-25, the total general fund appropriations is about $61.5 million. And then at the end of the 2-year cycle, we are meeting at general fund minimum reserves at 30%, which is right around $16.3 million. Measure J20 has been a great benefit to the city. The pie chart on the left, this is how we're allocating the 24-25's dollars pretty much equally between police, fire, and streets. But since we had it implemented, the police department has actually expended about $4.5 million. The fire department about $5.5 million, including fire station number 3. Some street maintenance personnel, but then we've already appropriated $26.4 million towards capital projects, and that just kind of signifies the importance of Measure J20. But I don't want to underemphasize the elephant. I brought this one a few months ago, is Measure E12 that has an automatic sunset on March 31st. 2025, and if we don't get that sales tax renewed, there will be a $6 to $7 million hit to the general fund. Oh, that's true. I didn't put that in there. Sorry. Authorized positions. So the budget on pages 53 show the number of positions by department. There are not as significant increase in the number of positions this budget cycle as it was 2 years ago. But you can see kind of let me see if I can actually get this little marker to work. This kind of darker green is all of J20. So that's the benefits that both police and fire has had with the Measure J20 supplemental sales tax. About 57 positions total. With that being said, the next sections in the budget report go into department overviews. That's very specific on each of the 8 city departments. It will outline department organizational charts, position listing a little bit more. What the department does, kind of like the baseline, this is kind of the core of what the department does, but then also this, incorporating city council goals and strategic priorities too. At the very last, we get into the numbers with the appropriations by funding source, by type, and the like. The next section of the budget report goes into capital projects. We get very detailed on each and every one of our projects. About roughly 50 pages worth of budget notes in there too. So here are kind of the main categories of CIPs. The only change between now and what we presented in June 3rd was we added additional 50,000 appropriations for the gateway signage design work. Not necessarily the construction, but at least get the design going for your gateway project that Mr. Mayor had brought up. And then lastly, the last section of the report is kind of appendices. It looks at, the last couple of sections of the report is interfund transfers. That's moving money from one fund to the next. Long-term debt, it looks just focusing only on debt, the city's debt obligations. This was another area where we added the Fitch ratings report as part of the section now. And then lastly, we have all the appendices as the fiscal policy fund descriptions, as well as adding the 22-23 year in review annual report as well. Again, the GFOA kind of recommended seeing a lot of past actions, a lot of what we've done in the past, as well as looking forward. So moving forward, again, we're going to continue to watch the economic impacts, especially with this this revenue slowdown that we're anticipating. We will continue to provide City Council quarterly updates or mid-year updates. Especially probably after we figure out what's going to go on with Measure E12 and what decisions need to be made after that. But after that, other than that, I want to thank the staff, the department heads, and the community. Really, this budget process has been very smooth, and I'm really looking forward to what we get to accomplish in the next 2 years. So with that being said, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Ryan. Start off with council. Anyone? Start off. Mr. Bausch.
So thank you very much, Ryan. Thanks for all the meetings that you've had over the past 5-6 months. I've learned a lot. It's a great process. But getting a lot of comment, we look at the numbers that were presented on June 3rd between revenue and expenditures, and there was like a $42 million delta. And I appreciate all the effort you've done to curtail that, to minimize that. But a lot of these projects have just been pushed down the road, and we don't really catch up. We start to catch up about 3 years from now, it looks like. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we are anticipating a revenue slowdown, and not, let's say a decline, but just a slowdown, kind of a leveling off, and then yes, tapering back up to the normal 3 to 5% increases.
And yet we're adding, I think, 14 or 15 positions this year, and about 10 or 12 positions the following year?
Correct. I think it's about 11 of the first year and 11 the second year. And a lot of that is kind of dependent on Measure E12 too. And with the voters decide on that measure.
Okay. If we had curtailed some of our goals, would we have eliminated some of that $42 million deficit?
I mean, that's a loaded question, but yeah, when you lower priorities.
The point I'm trying to make is, are we living within our means? And I want to be respectful of the voters that put us here. You're under a tremendous amount of pressure, I know, to make things balance. Can't forecast how much revenue is going to come in. But when we know it's going to be short, we need to pull back. We need to slow down our spending, not just push things forward. I firmly believe with J20 that we need to honor that commitment to our police and fire. We need to make sure that those hires happen. But we really need to stop. We have so many other things that I don't see in the budget. I talked about those last time with the replacement of our vehicles and our fleet with electric vehicles. I don't see anything earmarked for that. I would really like to see a further line item veto of eliminating things, not just pushing them or deferring them, but eliminating them. That would be my preference.
Okay. Anyone? Councilman Strong.
Yeah, under the circumstances, and I'm thinking back, and our ratio of employees to population in the 1990s was significantly higher than it is even today. We have cut back tremendously. Are we getting anywhere close to where we used to be?
Yes, we are getting close to where we were. I don't know if you remember back in 2019, there was a chart that I had that we had data from, I want to say 2007 and 8, right around when the Great Recession happened, and where we saw the drop off employee status. We're right around back to that same level. If it's close, I don't know off the top of my head for sure.
And that's really why these hires will bring us just about back to where we used to be and where we were able to better serve our people.
Correct. And it is considerably slower than it was of the prior two fiscal years where we're adding 20 positions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know our employees have been working very hard in the last few years, keeping up and trying to maintain what we have,
Well, that's the other point too. Yeah. If they have to put a lot of overtime in, that costs more than if we have an employee, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would say that the more, the wear and tear on someone working 50 hours a week constantly is going to be more detrimental than anything else.
People burn out, basically.
Right.
Councilman Rhodes?
Thank you, Ryan. I know this has been a huge task, and it's new to me. This pretty expansive, and I think you've done a heck of a job, and everybody else with the city staff, to put this together. Mr. Bausch, where would you cut the budget if your concerns are that where would you actually want to cut it?
Sure, we talk about this. There are, we sit on this dais at a 30,000 foot level. You asked me to avoid going into detail on other items, and yet you want me to go into detail here. No, so let's not get into that on the dais. That's Ryan's job. That's Ryan's job and his staff.
I meant no disrespect, Mr. Bausch.
I appreciate that.
You had made a comment that we may need to cut it. That was just a simple question. That was it.
Well, these are questions to staff too, Sharon. So let's continue if there's anything further. Pro Tem Gregory.
So, Ryan, thank you. You did a really good job. I have a question about our projects that we're going to use the surplus for. Are they on a separate list anywhere?
Yeah, so on pages, it's going to be probably on page 111. It'll break down all the individual projects, and it actually breaks down its funding sources too and how we're going to fund each of those.
Is that something you can put on the screen easily or no?
No.
Okay.
It's a table, a lot of numbers.
Okay.
It just lists the projects down in a row and the budget amounts in the columns and the estimated fiscal years.
And how about just a rough amount of money we're talking about?
Oh, yeah, I can do that. It's a lot.
You're going to make up for it, right?
So including the enterprise funds, we're looking at a capital project budget for fiscal year 24-25 of $69.6 million, and then $56.8 million in the second year.
And how much of that's out of surplus to pay for?
How much is it out of surplus, out of the general fund surplus? Oh, well, the other reason is complicated because then we're looking at just general funded projects.
Okay.
Too. Here, I'll do this.
If there's a simple way to say it.
There is a simple way to say it. I just don't want to misstate it. Okay, so the general fund is going to be paying roughly $233,500 for library improvements. That's the carpet and the like. It's going to spend about $554,900 on drainage basin maintenance. I think there's 3 locations on that one. We have the street light master plan. That's the idea of purchasing the street light system from PG. And then that's it.
So
those are the general funded reserve withdrawals.
My purpose is so that people can hear what we're working on to use our surplus funds for. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from council? Sharon, go ahead.
You mentioned the streetlights. How much was that? You said $624 for the drainage.
It's $300,000 for the purchase of it, and then we're going to have another subsequent project behind it of actually replacing the street lights and installing them.
Okay. Anything else? You good, Sharon? Okay, we'll open it up then to the public. Anyone wishing to address the item, come forward. Dale, welcome.
Good evening, Dale Gustin, Paso Robles. I have a concern that similar to Mr. Bausch. I think that the organizations in town have too much administrative abundance administering the jobs that are needed. But my main concern tonight is I think that the line item for a debt on the parking should be written off. You have no way to collect it. And I also think that the monies paid to the administrator, the person that we bought the program from, those funds that came from the in lieu fund should be reimbursed back to the in lieu fund. That's my concern.
Thank you. Welcome.
Michael Rivera, there's only one thing that was said on this presentation, that we're looking at future revenues. One thing. Now, Ms. Roden's question to Mr. Bausch, which I think was a little inappropriate, but it should be asked of each one of you, that when this hammer comes down, because it's coming down, everybody knows in this room that we're $70 billion in debt in the state of California. We're $30 trillion in debt in the United States. If people think that this is just going to keep going on, you got another thought coming. Now, my question is, what have we done in this budget to say, what if? Now, there's $5 to $6 million if Measure E doesn't get reinstated. You also know that these budget deficits are not going to just go away, because just like in your own personal budget, your creditors just don't go away. If you don't have the money, they're going to find a way to get the money. And so what do? We continue down this path like it's going to be a party, and it's not. We're not being adults here. We're the what-if scenarios. I suggested, and I said this before, what if we need to cut 5% from this city budget? What do we do if we need to cut 10%? How are we going to address this? How are we going to protect our public safety, which is our primary reason for existing, is to protect the public? How are we going to address that going forward? what if? I don't see any what ifs here. You know, we want to keep having parties, want to keep having good times. I'm all for that. I love parties. I love good times. However, unfortunately, that's not life. Life happens. And as a city, I don't think you folks are really looking at the what ifs and how we're going to address those contingencies. Where's the contingencies? Where are the what ifs? Not to be a negative Nelly, but I live in the real world. I live in the real world. So with that being said, I hope that this city will do as Ms. Roden has indicated. Where would you cut, Ms. Roden? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Dave Nelson. Are we living within our means? That's a good question. I don't think we are. I see a budget here that depends on passing this E12 thing with no end in sight. And you're telling me it's going to be a crisis if we don't pass it. My question is, are the reserves what we use when we don't pass this? Or do we go back and adjust our budget? My kids want a pool at my house, but the roof needs to be replaced. What do you think is going to happen at my house? The roof is the roads here. The pool is the pickleball courts, every other thing that's a luxury. I'm not saying public safety is a luxury. We don't seem to have a crisis. Police department, fire department seem to be doing quite well. The streets are not. That's a crisis. And you've told us that all of our money's been spent and we have to pass the C12. And this is the budget you have based on that. If it doesn't pass, what are you going to do? Councilmember Roden, what will you cut? How will you fix this? The roads still have to be fixed. People still have to be paid. The rest of you, same question. What's your plan, as Michael said, when we don't have that money? Are the reserves, is that it? I don't understand. I hear you telling the people, all our money's spent. We're going to have pickleball courts. We're going to have everything else that everybody wants to have. But if we don't pass E12, Councilmember Roden, if you think the roads are bad now, imagine how they'll be if we don't pass that. You said that at the last meeting. You tell me. It's your job to find the money and fix it. Not to come to us and say we have to pass this. You've put us in a position where we have to pass it or we don't get good roads. I don't think that's appropriate. I'll leave you with that. Thanks.
Welcome.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Mayor Hammond, you asked me in the interviews for District 1 seat if I ever handled a large budget. I am the only person in my family that did not own a small business. I chose to have a good day job. I worked for the state for 30 years. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know when a budget is about to topple over. My budget, I sit with my budget and I think the city's is not any better than mine. I mean, you asked a question, Ms. Roden, to Mr. Bausch, what could be cut? I have a whole handful of ideas because I've looked over the budget. And I think that the days, Mr. Nelson's absolutely correct. Our budget is dismal, state, county. There's no one to go to, not even the federal government. I know Mr. Strong went and advocated for more Caltrans money or money for roads. But matching grants, loans, bonds, that's the Gavin Newsom way of doing business. Save all the state's money for his presidential run as he goes and spends all our tax dollars. So it's not untrue. The pilot project started for the road, the charge by road, our mile, I'm sorry, it's going to be 0.3 cents a mile, I think, because we're going to run out of gas tax money. That's why I'm a very big person about appeals and going to the right sources in the state. But right now I am in fear of my budget and the cities. I'm very sincere about that, because I've never seen a pickleball. I don't know if you guys seen a pickleball court. Okay. I don't have anything against pickleballs or pickleball courts, but it just seems like a low priority. And I know that sometimes funds are encumbered into these projects because maybe Caltrans is putting in, or it's a beautification project from local assistance, whatever. Monies are coming in. However, I am under the persuasion that money can be unencumbered. And I will just say what my mom said to me, may she rest in peace. The majority of my life, we need to save for a rainy day. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. We have 2 items to discuss and or make a decision on. Councilman Strong.
And I'm going to address some of this too, because it is interesting and it is difficult. And yes, I do go to the federal government, and actually very successfully. I asked for $1 trillion for the 5-year period for the whole United States for transportation infrastructure. And the secretary asked me, well, how quickly can we get this done then? I said, well, we're looking at 45 years if we do this on a regular basis, because we didn't put anything into it for 45 years. Eisenhower was the last one who gave us money for roads and streets and bridges until this is the previous administration. And actually it was two administrations ago, about 8 years ago. And that's when we started to get money. And the secretary said, that's unacceptable. We have to do it quicker than that. I would like us to see this do this in 25 years. So he gave us $3 trillion. And that's how we've been moving ahead. But then we have a problem because Congress now has decided, no, we're overspending and we've got to cut back. So you know what they took away? $2 trillion. So we're back to the $1 trillion that I originally asked for. But it also means it's going to take nearly twice as long to fix our roads and fix our streets. And that's just a fact of life. And as for this gas tax money, that's because people are buying more and more electric cars. And the government is actually on a campaign to get us out of gasoline vehicles. And with that, gasoline sales are going down, down, down. And therefore the tax money is going down, down, down with it. And so there isn't enough money in the federal gas tax fund to give us some of those funds, which is why they're now looking at other things such as sales tax people on a federal level. And oddly enough, that's what they're talking about. There are other ways, and that's their business. And yes, I will be involved in that. In fact, next week, I will be in a 4-day conference with them over just this very subject. So we're trying to do what we can. If we don't get some of that money from the federal government, the state government, yes, we have a problem. But the first place we're going to have to cut is if we don't get their money, those are the programs we'll have to cut. Because that's what the money was for. And that's just a fact of life too. But it is one of the ways we'll help cut our budget, especially if our local people don't want the tourists to help pay for it through the sales tax. Because most of the sales tax is paid by people outside of the city limits. But that's up to the voters too, whether they want to help other people helping them or not. But this budget, as it's put together now, is only a projection of what we see possible and potential. This doesn't spend any of this money. A budget is merely a plan, a possible expectation. And that's why we have regular reports on it. That's why we have quarterly adjustments to it, to take care of the very things that the public just brought up. Now, where are we going to cut? How are we going to adjust the budget? What do we have to have? What can we do without? And which funds are designated funds that must be spent that way, because that's exactly why they were given to us and why the taxpayers gave us the money in those particular funds, or how the government is requiring us to spend it depending upon whether it's an enterprise fund or general fund. And that gets complicated for a lot of people to understand, but we have to understand it. And that's why we have to have the regular reports, and we do address it and live within our means as we have done for decades, and still left this being one of the best places you could possibly live, which is why you're all here. If we hadn't done a good job so far, you wouldn't be here.
Councilman Roden, good? Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, I would also like to go back in history a little bit when we had really rough economic times in 2008, 2010. And our city council and our staff worked together on being able to balance the budget so we could afford to do what we do. And it's with great effort. But out of that effort in those hard times, we've come up with a much more conservative effort on funding, keeping our reserves larger. We came up with a way to deal with our unfunded liabilities for retirement by creating our own savings account and offset the terrible interest rates they're charging us. And every time we get into a financial crisis, we deal with it right when it happens. We don't wait. And Councilman Strong is very correct. This is a plan for a budget. But as a council, our responsibility is not only to provide fire, police, water, and sewer, to provide the money to pay for it. And we take that responsibility very seriously, and we're able to deal with it very quickly if we have to. And we've seen history of that. So I'm comfortable with this budget because we have the ability to fix things if things go bad. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say that same thing. Basically, during the recession in 2008 to 11, basically is the main part we used to live within our means quite often. That was a very popular phrase, and we learned by doing. We still do that. I'm very happy with Ryan and his department, along with all the other department heads, that they understand our budget. They know what they have to do to live within that budget. And it's quite frequent that we see that they are very conservative with their budget too, and they have monies left over. They don't spend unless they need it. So again, the fact that we have this set in paper doesn't mean it's going to be exact. It's always a movement of numbers and things that will stay within what means we do have to do the operation. What that operation looks like and what we do for the city, it really depends on, of course, money. So we're going to do the best we can for everybody, and I think, again, it's a good plan to start out with, and I'm looking for a resolution or anybody else. Chris Bausch, you'd like to?
So glad we're kind of going down memory lane here. I think 2008 is an apt example. It's a good example, but we're not 2008, 2011 yet. We're approaching that. We're hopefully the pundits are wrong about the projected recession, but we're definitely coming to a top of our real estate valuations. A lot of the similar things that happen. I would propose tonight that we're probably more like 2006, 2007. And if we had a crystal ball and knew what was going to happen in 2008, the outcome that Mr. Strong talked about, the drastic cuts that we're just now starting to recover from in 2024, we could have avoided some of that with a little better planning. That's all I'm asking for, is that we make those hard cuts. We don't have to make all of them tonight, but we do need to make better cuts, better projections, conserve a little bit now over the next few years, rather than make big cuts when 2008 arrives again. History repeats itself. I think we're 2006, 2007.
Again, yeah, I totally agree with, again, it's what we produce as service for the public. Any cuts are going to be a reduction in service.
Say one more thing if I can, and that is addressing the new hires, because that seems to be one of the big concerns. In every single budget where we have projected new hires, we have never hired that many people. Now, there's a number of reasons we haven't. One is because we couldn't find the people to fill the positions. And that's because we are one of the lowest paid cities in the whole state. And they can make a whole lot more money going anywhere else. And they come here, when they come here, it's because they love our way of life. They love our environment. They love what we already have produced. And there are people who value that more than the money. Unfortunately, there are a lot of them in that market that only value the money, and that's why they won't even consider even applying here in Paso Robles. So it's not just that we necessarily always say, oh, well, we know that we're tight, so we're not going to have to do those hires. Sometimes it's just because we can't find anybody to hire if we wanted to. So this is, again, a plan. It doesn't mean that that's what we're going to wind up doing, because it might not be possible
for a number of reasons. And finances is only one of those reasons.
Ty, you have any question or anything you want to put in on your staff and the proposed budget to bring in?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that there are a couple things. One, to address a comment that Mr. Bausch made and a question, I think, regarding electric vehicles and what are our plans there. Actually, I was at a regional city council meeting or city managers meeting last Friday where this very topic was brought up. I'd point out that we do have a fairly robust vehicle replacement fund in place to replace our vehicles. The problem right now is the state of California bought up all the replacement EV vehicles that are out there. So much like our fire truck that we just ordered that's 3 years out, is that right, Chief? There's right now that we're not even able to obtain those vehicles. City managers are looking to the state to say, how do you want us to handle this when we can't even buy the vehicles that you mandated us to get? I think that as we go through this process, we've been upgrading slowly on the fleet side of things through Frida's side, as well as equipment to electric. But we're doing our best to manage that. We'll be working, of course, with our legislative advocates and BBK to navigate that, because we are one of 300 plus cities that are going to have to figure this out as well, since those vehicles aren't available. With regard to where are we going to cut, how are we going to do it if we don't get E12 renewed? It's a great question. I think that, you know, the council has several options available to them at that point. One of those would be to look at other funding sources if they want to maintain the current allocations towards roads. The obvious place to look there would be towards J20 funding. Nearly $13 million a year has been coming in J20 money. You saw the allocations that were broke down for police and fire. I think that we could adjust that. Much like when we went into 2019 and into 2020, when COVID hit, nobody could have planned for that. Council made some very tough decisions during that time to look at our capital improvement projects and others. And benched a lot of those projects. And that's the reason why we're back here proposing the budget that we have. I've heard the analogy to our own savings accounts and spending those monies. Our fiscal policy states that we should have 30% reserves. We're pushing almost 50% reserves. And we've been kicking the can down the road with regard to a lot of capital improvement projects throughout the city, deferred maintenance, other items. Our recommendation was, you know, at what point is it appropriate to suggest spending some of those reserves? Much like at my home or anybody else's home, we stick money in the bank. When we have repairs that need to be made, rarely do you take those out of your monthly paychecks. You take those out of your savings account and do those repairs. That's exactly what we're proposing in this budget. With that said, anything from hires, most of those, you'll notice that we're recommending a bulk of what we consider essential versus, I hate to use that word because everybody in the city is essential in some fashion, but there are certainly more priorities than others. We're pushing a lot of those until after we know the results of E12, whether it's renewed. That gives the council the option to say, hey, we don't think it's an appropriate time to fill those spots, or we can come back with a revision that makes further suggestions at that time. I'd also remind the council that you have adopted a layoff prevention program that still exists within the city that helps guide us when we hit either emergency times or economic downturns. That would help us be able to understand how to look at our priorities throughout the city, including our staffing, to help guide a thoughtful process that has the buy-in of our work unions as well as city council to thoughtfully reduce staffing to a level that would accommodate any type of situation that we might face. I can tell you, having been in the city, and I think a few of you council members were here, I lived through that during 2008, and it was a very uncomfortable time for the city, especially if there was cuts throughout, but we survived it based upon that document and the buy-in from our community members, the buy-in from our council, and most importantly, the buy-in from our employees. So the city stands ready. You know, I can't give enough accolades to Mr. Hewitt and to Mr. Cornell with respect to the thoughtfulness that has gone into helping to prepare this budget. And, Mr. Cornell in particular is an award-winning budgeter that has been through this and stands ready to help us make the tough decisions. It's not a matter of if, it's when we face these as a community. I appreciate the spirited dialogue and the hard questions from the community, because there is a time coming, whether it's next year, the year after that, or 5 years from now, we will experience that. And the city is prepared, as we have been in the past, with reserves to help us get through, including a Section 115 trust that will help offset any type of CalPERS funding issues that we might have as we move forward. With that, we have a staff, a team here that would be more than happy to answer any questions if you have specific areas that you'd like to focus on.
Okay. I think we have a good discussion. Pro Tem Gregory?
I'm ready to make a motion, but I'd like to make another comment before I do.
Sure.
So, and I'm not blowing smoke here. I'm just telling you the truth. I have never seen a better budget and more disclosure in a city budget in my entire experience here in Paso Robles. Every year, Mr. Cornell nails it. And you can drill down to the very last penny. And with that ability and his ability to understand the finances, I have great confidence in him and his staff, and Mr. Hewitt also in his experience, that we'll be able to survive well in an economic downturn. And I think we have the tools, we have the funding to make it work. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution 24XXX, adopting the operating and capital improvement budget for fiscal years 2024 and 25, 25 and 26 as presented for all funds and expenditures, and direct the city manager to implement the budget.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory and second by Councilman Strong. Any discussion? We'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
With respect to Mr. Cornell, no.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Very good.
And I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve Resolution 24XXX, adopting the $65,761,201 as the city's appropriation limit for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
With respect to Mr. Hewitt, no.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Very good. All right, moving on then now to item 3, Airport Ad Hoc Recommendation for Municipal Airport Full Service Fixed Base Operator, FBO, Direction on Future Negotiations. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself. I have to make that statement. Maybe Elizabeth, you can help me. But I'm going to recuse myself because I've not heard from an answer from FPPC. Maybe a few of you know that there was a complaint filed, actually 2 complaints filed against me because of the fact that I also lease property out at the airport. And the FPPC found that those 2 complaints did not have enough evidence to substantiate any kind of. But we also asked for a further question, which we have not heard from, with regard to any items that I can participate on the airport. Very frustrating. They haven't answered it. I've been out there 45 years flying, also a business person out there, and it's been very difficult, the fact that I have not been able to participate on something that's very, very dear, and I think the council will certainly be able to handle it. So again, I'm going to recuse myself with the abundance of caution, because I don't want this to be an issue at all. So anything further, maybe Elizabeth, you can add to that?
Sure, just to clarify, so there were 2 complaints filed. You been exonerated by the FPPC. They found there was no wrongdoing. There was not evidence of wrongdoing by participating in those votes. But to seek further clarification, you requested that we send a letter to the FPPC requesting prospective advice on future airport-related items, which is something that they can do, which then would provide you guidance on how to proceed. That is what we have not received a response from. I believe we filed that the end of February or beginning of March. So we've been waiting quite some time, but have not been able to get a response from them. So out of an abundance of caution, we do recommend that you step down.
So in my absence, Pro Tem Gregory will handle the meeting, and hopefully I can come back at the end. If not, then maybe you can close the meeting as well, too.
Sure.
So if you would, let's go ahead and begin.
Sure.
I'll head out. Thanks.
And just for the record, Mayor Hammond recused himself several weeks ago with this situation, so I want everybody to understand that ahead of time. I'm also, since I have the gavel, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm sorry, Mark. That way everybody can sit. I guess it's a good idea to take a break. Okay. So we're going to start on item 3, which is the airport ad hoc committee recommendation for the municipal airport full service fixed based operator. And before I let our staff start, I want to say thank you to everybody who participated in this. We had wonderful consultants that help us understand everything. We have a wonderful operator now with ACI Jet, and Lloyd's is a great FBO operator as well. And when this all started, there's a lot of history. I'm going to let Mark go over that. But the idea was to get as much information as possible. So tonight, when we're doing our presentations and our conversations at the mic, I want to just please ask everybody to be respectful so we can hear what everybody has to say so we can make the best and fairest decision tonight. So with that, Mark, please go ahead.
Members of the council, public, Mark Scandalis, airport manager. Never thought we would have an airport topic with more support than the budget. It's an honor to run the airport. As we think about the airport, I want to remind everyone that the airport is an enterprise fund. We are funded independently from the taxpayer-funded general fund through rates and fees at the airport. We're here to go over the Paso Robles Municipal Airport fixed-based operator full-service request for proposal. I do expect about a 30-minute presentation, so I want to give an agenda about where we're going. First, we're going to have a timeline of the RFP's issuance, the RFP document itself, the evaluation process, the joint city council airport commission meeting and the ad hoc committee's formation, the ad hoc committee's meetings themselves and our consultant's proposal, comparison, and financial analysis, the ad hoc committee's recommendation, which tonight is to authorize negotiations. The contract would come back to city council for final approval. At the end, we'll have an opportunity for public comment and questions. So this has been over a 3-year process since the initial formation of a subcommittee of the Airport Commission. Throughout this entire process, we have had a support team. AMCG Consultants, Aviation Management Consulting Group, they have over 25 years in the business. They provide a range of consulting services, collectively over 190 years experience on the team. We had Bob Trimborn, Dave Ruppel, who's here tonight, and Brandon Bourne, who's here tonight, helping us out through the entire process. In addition to that, we had legal counsel along with us as well from BBK, the airports division, Thomas Rice. So the timeline for the issuance of the RFP in mid-2021, pending the expiration of our current fuel contract, a subcommittee of the Airport Commission was formed. After a number of public meetings, this subcommittee recommended that the city go out for a public bid for the fuel services contract. Subcommittee members were Eric Cook, Ben Andros, and Mark Dart. In early 2022, the city contracted with AMCG Consultants to draft the RFP based on industry best practices with support from our subcommittee and staff. Multiple departments within the city reviewed the drafts before it went out to the public. The RFP document itself's purpose was the city of Paso Robles is requesting proposals from qualified and experienced entities interested in managing, operating, and marketing the fixed-based operation, products, services, and facilities at the airport. I'll note that the city reserves the right to negotiate all points in the RFP. So to get this RFP out into the most number of people and get the best response from the public, we did a significant amount of public outreach. It was distributed publicly for 11 weeks, from April 14th to June 29th, 2023. We had direct communication with a number of interested parties. Many of them were FBO candidates themselves. We had development groups, economic consulting services, and of course it went to the Paso Robles Airport Commission. In addition to those direct communications, we had paid advertisements in industry websites and message boards. American Association of Airport Executives, our local chapter of that organization, SWAI, National Air Transportation Association, Airport Business Magazine, Association of California Airports. It was listed on the city's website and on ciplist.com, where all city RFPs are issued. A high-level overview of what was offered in the RFP document for lease area. In red are the existing areas known as the FBO today. In yellow are areas that we've identified for development. This is found on page 2 of the RFP. Milestones throughout this entire RFP process. April 14th, 23, it was released to the public. May 8th, or by May 8th, we had a proposer site visit where we had our FBOs pull the RFP online. This included ACI Jet, Jet West, J3 Aviation, Modesto Jet Center, Lloyd's Aviation, and Flying Tigers. May 18th, we had a deadline for clarifying questions. So the proposers had an opportunity to ask the city clarifying questions on the RFP document so they could fully respond with what the city needed. In total, there were 24 clarifying questions answered in 3 addendums to the RFP. June 29th, 2023 was the deadline for the RFP. We received 2 responses, one from ACI Jet and one from Lloyd's Aviation. A few of the proposers who did not ultimately turn a proposal in contacted and said they were unable to meet the maintenance obligations detailed in the RFP. The requested services that the city asked for at the airport are detailed in our minimum standards for aeronautical services. This is a document that is adopted by the City Council based on FAA's guidance. The primary services that are required are aircraft fueling and aircraft maintenance. Secondary services are an a la carte menu which the FBO candidates have to choose 2 or more. That's aircraft charter, rental, storage, central pilot supplies, or other things approved by the city. One of the first things we did in this evaluation process after getting the 2 proposals in was to review the confidential financial information. This was done by the city's finance department. This was a pass-fail review of those documents. Finance department was not asked to rank which one was stronger financially, but only to see if the proposers were able to do what they put in their response. This included financial statements of capability, 3-year historical income and loss statements, identification of rents, fees, and other charges to pay to the city, and proof of insurance. Following this review, both firms were deemed capable of providing the required services, and both firms were able to complete the capital improvements detailed in their individual proposals. No evidence was found that indicated financial insolvency of either proposer. Detailed in the RFP were review committees to evaluate the proposals received. First was an evaluation review committee. This was a paper review of the proposals. We had a 9-member committee, which was made up of, tried to get a wide breadth of people that understood the city of Paso Robles, understood the airport, and understood the required services. This was airport commissioners, city management staff, airport users, and other airport managers at different airports. Following that review, Lloyd's Aviation was favored by a count of 5-4. The average score for Lloyd's Aviation was 91.1 points. Average score for Lloyd's ACI Jet, 86.8 points. Also detailed in the RFP document is another review committee, an interview committee. We brought back both candidates for in-person interview in this building right here. It was a 30-minute presentation by the proposers, and the committee had an opportunity to ask questions for another 30 minutes or so. The committee deliberated and voted on which proposer they preferred. The committee also forwarded recommended negotiation points to the City Council. 7-member committee made up of airport commissioners, airport users, and other airport managers regionally, San Luis Obispo, Salinas, and Paso Robles. The results of the interview committee was that Lloyd's Aviation was favored by a vote of 4-3. There was a positive impression of the culture fit with City of Paso Robles, positive impression of their customer service. Lloyd's Aviation showed an attentiveness to general aviation operations while being able to serve the jet traffic that comes to Paso Robles. And there was a consistency with the offerings detailed in the RFP. Following the deliberations and vote, the interview committee recommended negotiation points for the City Council. They recommended the City Council retain the ability to negotiate with both proposers if they chose to do so, while recommending acknowledging the preference for Lloyd's Aviation. Recommended negotiation to focus on by each proposer were given. Examples include the FBO owning and operating the maintenance rather than a subcontract agreement, timely hangar developments detailed in each proposal, retaining the city council's ability to set fees and rates at the airport, and to ensure the terminal expansion was consistent with the existing structure. Following the review or the evaluation, a joint city council/airport commission meeting was held on December 19, 2023. At this meeting, staff presented the results of the RFP process, and city council gave direction to form an ad hoc committee to further study the proposals. City council asked staff to gather more information from the proposers. Staff was to present this information gathered at the ad hoc meetings, including a detailed financial review and comparison of the proposals. And the ad hoc was to provide direction to staff on which provider was preferred. The motion was made by Councilmember Roden, seconded by Bausch, and a unanimous 5-0 vote. The ad hoc committee was formed. The members were Steve Gregory, Sharon Roden, Eric Cook, and Ben Andrews from the Airport Commission. At this meeting, various questions were raised of the proposals themselves. On December 27th, we sent an information request to the proposers to get the answers, and then we presented those at the next ad hoc meeting. March 28th was the first ad hoc meeting. I'd call this a level setting meeting. We set the ground rules of what the ad hoc purpose was. It was a publicly noticed meeting. We took public comment. We reviewed the process that had happened to date. We introduced our consultants and defined their role in the process, that role being providing an objective financial analysis and comparison of the proposals. AMCG was not asked to rank the proposals. That is left to the city to decide. At that meeting, we also set future meeting dates and agenda items that the ad hoc would like to see. April 18th was ad hoc number 2. This was a publicly noticed meeting. We took public comment. Presentations included one from AMCG, which was the comprehensive comparison of the proposals and financial analysis. We will go into that in detail in later slides. Additionally, the Assistant City Attorney's Office provided results of a second litigation check and current legal issues with both firms, per the request of the ad hoc. The bottom line for that while both proposers have been involved in litigation to some extent, there was nothing the City Attorney's Office found that could be disqualifying or considered disqualifying. ACI Jet had been a party to various legal matters as expected for a company their size. And they'd been sent 2 formal letters regarding their conduct while under contract with the city. Lloyd's Aviation, a party to a broader industry-wide lawsuit concerning aviation fuel. Following those 2 presentations, 14 questions were asked by the ad hoc committee to be addressed in ad hoc number 3. We're now going to go into the overview of the proposals prepared by MCG Consultants. This is a 70-page document attached to your staff report tonight. In total, we had 44 clarifying questions, 24 asked by the proposers to the city, and 20 questions asked by the city to the proposers. Bottom line for the proposal analysis is that there is no concerns regarding leadership, experience, and capabilities of the proposers. Products, services, and hours of operation are all very similar. The most significant difference is in the capital improvements proposed. The difference in proposed revenue to the city was very small. All rents and fees are subject to negotiation, and that the city should consider the airport and the Paso Robles community when thinking about this decision. Again, AMCG was not asked to rank the proposals. That's left to the city. Here's an executive summary we found on page 5 of the consultant's report. There's a lot going on here, but there's generally an overview of the experience of each proposer, the services they're offering the city, the hours of operation and staff that they'd have, marketing efforts they provide for the airport, proposed length of the term, capital improvements, spaceport support, how they support the city if we were to get that designation, compensation to the city, and a development plan. We will go into detail on these right now. So again, there is a lot going on here. This is found on page 22 of your staff report from the consultant's report. This is a 5-year projection of Lloyd's Aviation's fees and rents to be paid by the city is broken down into each area that they would be leasing from the city. Here is ACI Jets found on page 23 of the consultant's report. Again, 5-year projections, fees and rents to be paid to the city. We're not going to go into key indicators and main differences between these 2 proposals. We're going to talk about the terms. We're going to talk about the revenue share split to the city. We're talking about development plans, rent to be paid to the city, and the aircraft maintenance operations. I'll remind us that all terms are negotiable. We're asking to enter into negotiations tonight. So the term that each proposer put into their proposal, Lloyd's Aviation wanted an initial 5-year term. Upon commencement of their construction, they wanted a new 40-year term. That was a 30-year term with 2 5-year extensions. ACI Jet noted that they would accept a 5-year term with no development, but we're looking for a 40-year term with the phase 1 development. Revenue share split fees to the city. Lloyd's Aviation proposed the city would receive 85% of the revenue share split, Lloyd's Aviation 15%. City Council would set the rates and fees at the airport. ACI Jet proposed 20% to the city, 80% for ACI Jet, and ACI Jet provided a new fee structure for the airport. Here's an example of what that new fee structure, or what the fee structures would look like on the public ramp areas. Of course, the proposers are entitled to charge what they'd like on the areas that they are leasing themselves, but on public ramp areas, a very light jet today, Lloyd's Aviation is adopting the City Council's fee structure. A very light jet costs $30. The payment to the city at 85% is $25.50. The payment to Lloyd's Aviation would be $4.50. The impact to the end user would receive no change. For ACI Jet, for a very light jet, they are proposing $150 per night. Payment to the city at $20% is $30 per night. Payment to the proposer is $120. This accounts for an impact to the user of $120 increase per night. ACI Jet did provide minimum fuel purchases to which they could waive the fees. At that point, if the fee was waived, the city would also waive their cut of the fee as well. For development plans, Lloyd's Aviation has committed development of the airport terminal and the hangar development. Airport terminal is about $3 million. Airport hangar development is about $5.9 million. For the timelines proposed in their proposal, the airport terminal is anticipated this phase will extend 12 to 18 months. For the hangar development, ACI or Lloyd's Aviation said immediately upon the award of lease, Lloyd's Aviation will begin final design of the hangar development, beginning construction on the pre-sold hangars as soon as possible. Their total committed development is $8.95 million. For ACI Jet, they were committed to phase 1, which is an airport terminal expansion and 1 large community hangar, valued at $5.9 million. Their timeline was as soon as possible. In addition to the phase 1 development, ACI Jet proposed a phase 2 development. In their proposal, they called this prospective development pending demand and property availability. They did not assign a value in their original RFP response, but have provided various figures and supplemental responses and other public communications varying from $11 million to $15.3 million. The timeline for this development in their proposal was the development would commence upon securing funding for educational facilities and anchor tenants for the multi-use hangar. We estimate this would take less than 10 years. Here is just an aerial shot of what the developments would look like, the hangar developments and the airport terminal expansion. This is what Lloyd's Aviation development plan could look like for the FBO expansion. It's a 2-story expansion. I think they noted 5,200 square feet for this, pilot's lounge, meeting rooms, additional restrooms, things that we are lacking in the airport terminal today. I will note this is conceptual and subject to review. It may not look like this if it was selected. Here's the hangar development ACI or Lloyd's Aviation proposed. It's 11 60 by 60 box hangars. These could hold multiple general aviation aircraft up to mid-sized jets, the Citations, Pilatus, King Airs, things like that. And they also proposed 8 T hangars, which are your standard general aviation hangars. The taxiway leading to this is 55 feet wide, so I believe that's why they chose 60 by 60 hangars, the largest hangar you can get on that site without other developments. ACI Jet's development plan, also conceptual, subject to review. You can see a 2-story addition to the airport terminal, also adds meeting rooms, restroom areas, pilot's lounge, things that we need at the airport. There is a line services shack and an 18,000 square foot hangar. Additionally, they talked about refreshing the interior of the airport terminal, carpets, paint, things of that nature. Here is the prospective development from ACI Jet on phase 2, 250 by 150 foot hangar, 100 by 100 foot hangar, relocation to the fuel island, car parking areas. No timeline was identified in the response. And on this site, they proposed a 10-year lease that would expire if development didn't happen, and also proposed a 30-year first right of refusal upon expiration. So the bottom line for the committed capital developments for the longer term lease, Lloyd's Aviation is proposing airport terminal expansion at $3 million, hangars at 5.9 for total development of 8.95 million. ACI Jet is committed to phase 1 for the 40-year term at $5.9 million. Of course, estimates of value, terms are negotiable. Fees and rents to be paid to the city are very similar, $255,000 to $254,000. Year 1 estimates, terms are negotiable. For aircraft maintenance, Lloyd's Aviation proposed to provide piston and turbine airframe and power plant maintenance. For the employment type, Lloyd's Aviation was going to employ all technicians as staff of Lloyd's Aviation maintenance. And for staffing levels, Lloyd's noted that Lloyd's has an agreement with 1 technician already and will supply another apprentice through their already established and operating apprenticeship program. Our plan is to grow the shop to 5 to 6 technicians. For ACI Jet, they proposed turbine and piston maintenance. Employment type was to provide turbine maintenance through their support team of 12 AOG technicians. AOG means aircraft on ground, so if an aircraft is stranded at an airport, a on-call technician can roll up in a van or pickup truck and work on the aircraft. For piston service, they were proposing to subcontract maintenance under a long-term leasehold agreement. The city did ask if proposers were to provide a sublease, please provide the agreement or note that you do have an agreement. No agreement was identified in their response. For the staffing levels, they would provide 1 manager, 2 technicians, and 1 assistant. May 9th was ad hoc meeting number 3. This was a publicly noticed meeting. We took public comment. AMCG presented their review to clarify the proposals based on the 14 questions from the previous ad hoc meeting. Deliberations and a vote happened by the committee members. Lloyd's Aviation was recommended by a 3-to-1 vote. Following that vote, the entire committee discussed recommended negotiation points for Lloyd's Aviation. Those being that the city should offer an initial 5-year term with the opportunity to go beyond. That the city should focus on development of the hangar complex all at once. That we should provide contract prices to military clients. To ensure competitive fuel prices by benchmarking regionally. This is a practice we do right now in our current fuel contract. They also recommended the city contract directly with Joe's Diner and other subtenants on city-owned properties. Ensure the maintenance shop is opened in a timely manner to serve the airport and the regional community. And ensure the expansion of the airport terminal meets city design parameters. Some points of clarification that came up through this ad hoc process. One was the ownership of the FBOs. Ultimately, the city sees no issues there. Lloyd's Aviation did sell internally as one of their partners was looking to retire. Sales complete and there's no issues there. ACI Jet also no issues. Bill Borgmiller remains the CEO and president. They are 49% owned by Freeman Holding Group. For the Royal Air Force, we were able to discover that the Royal Air Force is not under contract with any FBO. We'd expect them to continue to operate out of Paso Robles. They're welcome here. I have been communicating directly with them, coordinating their return trip in July. They're excited to come back. They like their proximity to the military ranges. They like the weather in Paso Robles, and they certainly like the wine. Another one was the DLA's Defense Logistics Agency military fuel contract. So this is the U.S. military. There was a question of if there was a change in the proposers or a change in the contract, could the proposers provide fuel to the U.S. military? The short answer is yes. AMCG did look into this detail. They called the Defense Logistics Agency. They called AvFuel, who's the fuel provider for both Lloyd's and ACI Jet, and they both can provide fuel on day one. With that, I'd like to bring up Eric Cook, Chairman of the Paso Robles Airport Commission, who was selected by the ad hoc committee to give a statement on the reasonings why they chose Lloyd's Aviation.
Mark, thank you for the introduction. My name is Eric Cook. I currently serve as the chairman of the Airport Commission and have been on the commission for 8 years. Excuse me. As an active pilot and member of the commission, I am pleased to have been included in this process, and I'm very impressed with the thought and effort that staff, our consultants, and proposers have put into this selection. As you all know, an FBO provides aeronautical experience at the airport: fueling, maintenance, charter, storage, and the like. Selecting an FBO that fits well with a specific airport is a very important decision, and much care has been taken over the past 3 years that has allowed us to come to a decision point on this item. A subcommittee of the Airport Commission was formed to discuss the topic. Public meetings were held to receive public input, and the City Council formed an ad hoc committee to do a deep dive into each of the proposals received. After 3 meetings and deliberation, I was asked by the ad hoc committee to present the results of the ad hoc discussions, specifically why Lloyd's Aviation was chosen as a recommended FBO candidate to begin negotiations. The ad hoc felt both proposals were very competitive, but after an exhaustive review of over 400 pages of material, we felt the main difference between the proposals came down to development plans, aircraft maintenance, and a vision fit for the future of the Paso Robles Airport. First, the proposed development plans were both similar but different at the same time. Both proposed a 2-story addition to the airport terminal, which would add a much-needed pilot's lounge, additional meeting space, and additional restrooms to our airport terminal. Both candidates also proposed hangar developments. The ad hoc felt that Lloyd's proposed development of 19 individual hangar spaces was a greater benefit to the airport than the one large community hangar proposed by ACI Jet. Second, Lloyd's Aviation was committed to opening a second location to complement their already existing maintenance operation at Meadows Field and Bakersfield. Lloyd's Aviation Maintenance is a certified Cessna and Piper dealership and currently maintains a near 50-50 mix of piston to turbine aircraft. Paso Robles has 221 based aircraft. 87% are the classic single-engine general aviation airplanes. In addition to these based aircraft, the airport sees a significant amount of transient turbine traffic. Lloyd's has a reputation and capacity to service all types of aircraft and proposes to do so on-site through their maintenance operation. Moreover, this proposed maintenance shop will greatly benefit the local region, as certified mechanic shops are in short supply on the Central Coast. Third, the ad hoc had a positive impression of how Lloyd's would fit into the existing structure and culture of the Paso Robles Airport. By all accounts, Lloyd showed they were willing to do business as one of the many operators at the airport, integrating their operations into our existing environment. In conclusion, the ad hoc committee ultimately voted to recommend Lloyd's Aviation because we felt their mixture of a development plan that will enhance our airport terminal and provide much needed hangar space for the local and itinerant pilot community, as well as Lloyd's willingness to take ownership of the maintenance operation that greatly benefits the airport and local region. Thank you.
With that, tonight the recommendation is to accept the findings and recommendations of the ad hoc committee, authorize the city manager to enter negotiations with Lloyd's Aviation for the fixed base operator services at the Paso Robles Municipal Airport. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So, in the council, any questions for Mark? Go ahead, Fred.
Mark, I'm wondering, with the negotiations on the contract, will the council have the ability to weigh in on what it would like to see in that in negotiations as well?
Elizabeth, correct me if I'm wrong, but just like the other recommendation bodies, tonight you can forward things that we can try to get in the negotiations, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You want to add to that, Elizabeth? You okay?
No, I think Mark summed it up. The council will be directing us as to the issues that are important to them, and then staff will go back and do the negotiations. And if necessary, we'll come back and check in with you guys.
Good.
Sharon? Chris?
Thank you. So I want to go back to December 19th. We had the joint meeting, if you recall. My impression of what was going to go back to the ad hoc committee was a review of the RFP process. There was quite a few questions about why there were only two respondents. There's questions regarding why there was a moratorium on contacting any members of the city council. There were a lot of other questions, and I thought that's what was going to happen. It looks like on March 28th at your level setting meeting, that direction changed. I'm still confused as to whether or not that RFP process was accurate or not. You indicated tonight that was because I think 2 of the 7 couldn't provide maintenance. That's the first time I've heard of that. And I asked you this question last week and I didn't get that response. So I'm really stuck on, was this a good RFP process? I'm still wondering if we wouldn't be better off, because there's been so many changes. Both parties were allowed to make changes to their proposal at the ad hoc committee's request, but was that same opportunity afforded to the other non-respondents, and would they have a different response? I want to see what's best for the city of Paso Robles. I want to make sure the city is getting a fair return on its investment so far. I want to see the city become a good partner of whoever the ultimate FBO operator is. But I want to see this. This is a 40-year possibility. Did we adequately address all of the questions regarding the RFP?
So, sorry, a lot there. I think the first question was something to do with the ad hocs.
First question is, did we address all of the concerns of the RFP?
Yes, we had an opportunity to answer clarifying questions and issue 3 addendums to the RFP.
Would the other 5 non-respondents agree with that?
They had the same opportunity that the 2 respondents that ultimately proposed did. It was out for 11 weeks. RFPs that I've been involved in previously of about 6 weeks, for point of reference.
But during the 19th, there were several questions regarding why respondents weren't allowed to contact the council.
I'll defer to the city attorney's office on why we had that come up.
Sure, happy to respond to that. So there was a provision in the RFP that limited lobbying. The purpose of that is to ensure a fair playing field during the submission of the proposals and following that. The restrictions on communications in the RFP was narrowly tailored to ensure a level playing field. That was the purpose. There is case law that supports that. It is a common provision in RFPs across the state. The intent is to provide a set of rules that everybody is aware of in the RFP. There is no First Amendment right to speak with a public official in private. No one was prohibited from coming forward to one of these meetings and speaking. ACI Jet took advantage of that repeatedly during this process. The RFP provided that there was to be no lobbying efforts, and ACI Jet and Lloyd's, who were our 2 respondents, submitted and agreed to those terms.
Do we have that same stipulation in other RFPs in the city?
I can't speak to every RFP, but it is a very common stipulation in RFPs across the state and is used in larger, more important RFPs to ensure that everyone's got the same information.
So I understand and concede across the state, but I don't recall ever seeing anything within the city limits. So thank you for that clarification. If the I'm going to hold off on asking that question. I'll do that in just a second. I'm done for now.
Okay. Anybody else this time? Go ahead, Chair.
I know, hearing from people who have been involved in these kind of RFPs, this has been an exceptionally long process, more so than has existed in their experience. I appreciate everybody who has been involved in this, the proponents, the staff. They've all been diligent in trying to answer questions. And as a point of clarification, I think you mentioned that some of the other proponents dropped out because they weren't able to meet the minimum requirements, which is maintenance, providing maintenance.
Yeah, the few I was able to, or that contacted me, that was one of the reasons they gave.
Okay, and that was a minimum requirement for us, and both proponents are able to do that. So, this was for me personally. This was a great experience. I spent a lot of time, even being appointed to the ad hoc, when Mayor Hammond resigned his position on there. I was appointed to it. Prior to that, I spent a significant amount of time with both proponents and at the airport, and speaking with a lot of people who have businesses out at the airport. But when it came time to actually look at these proposals, that's what we looked at. And
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we're just in questions right now. So if you have a question for staff, we'll get to council member comments in a minute.
I think you just answered the one that I wanted questioned. And I was going to follow up with the provision that our city attorney talked about, but she already answered that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Fred.
Yes, and I had a quick, but we can't ask questions of the applicants, either of the applicants, can we?
Yeah.
No, I think that was done through the ad hoc,
so
open public notice meetings.
Right now, this is questions for staff. There is public comment coming, and so if the proposers, sorry, stuck on the word, if the proposers speak and you have questions for them, certainly we can address that at the time.
Okay, so I can't ask that question until after this public has spoken.
Yeah.
Correct.
So back when it comes back to us. All right, fine, I'll ask it then.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
So thank you. So I guess I'm kind of hung up on this 5-year, and we're asking for a multi-million-dollar investment, and we only, if I understand correctly, at the, I think the May 9th ad hoc, you said that you would ask them to consider a 5-year with extension. Did I understand that correctly?
The original RFP proposal was 5 years with no development, up to a long-term contract of maximum 40 years. All terms are negotiable.
So where are we at now on May 9th? What did we ask? What was the 5-year term on May 9th?
I don't think we asked them to have a 5-year term on May 9th.
I think, Councilmember Bausch, if I may, Mark, I believe what you're referring to is the ad hoc's recommendation on the negotiating points. The ad hoc recommended that the city begin with a 5-year lease term, and if the proposer is able to perform in those 5 years various milestones on development, then they might be entitled to the longer term based on having met that test. Essentially, it's sort of a prove it or lose it contract.
Is that enough time to develop a significant ROI and willing to make that kind of investment on a 5-year commitment?
I think so, yes, but I'll probably defer to experts on development over that.
God, I mean, I would love to see that. My clients would never, ever go for that. That's not nearly long enough. You're talking about a $5 million investment on a 5-year contract. You'd have to, your rents would have to be huge to make that work.
One other option, I think the general idea that the ad hoc was going for was to ensure that, obviously get somebody in, but then to ensure that they will perform, and not to give Grant an extremely long contract upfront that would then have to be terminated, say, if they were unable to perform on a scheduled performance, but rather to create a situation where they had a performance goals and then they would get the longer term contract. There's a couple of ways to do it, and obviously, as I think Mark keeps reminding us, it's all subject to negotiation, and we're open to the council's views on the best approach to structure that lease when we get to it. But for now, the key question is which proposer you prefer and which proposer you want us to start negotiating with, and if you have a preference in terms of how we structure that lease, obviously we'd love to hear that.
I'll defer and side with Mr. Strong. There'll be interesting questions to ask the applicants. I can't see an incentive there. I'm blind to it. You probably see more developments than I do, but I'm not seeing it on a 5-year.
Well, and that is a similar question to what I wanted to ask. I didn't know we could talk to the consultant as well, but if we can ask questions there. I'm thinking of the city and our roads, and we're proposing a bond or a measure on the ballot so that we can bond the money anticipated revenue. But that requires a longer term in order to get the bond. So I can understand how we're expecting them to do it without that ability.
Councilmember Strong, that would be the goal of a contract would be to give them the time to get those, to accomplish those milestones, to get financing in place, to put hire consultants. Obviously, right now they're starting it from scratch, from a proposal, from some drawings. After council makes a decision and we start negotiating, and especially when they get into a lease, they'll have a much firmer position. They'll be able to hire consultants, hire architects, hire engineers, starting putting together a real development plan, making submissions to the city, working through the city on those submissions, and also working on financing to the extent they require financing. And I think 5 years is a good enough period to get to a place where they've got the approvals.
All right, but you're not saying that that's an absolute. That we do have some negotiating room as to how long we're going to make that first term.
Absolutely, I'll go back to Mark's comments. It's all subject to negotiation. The one limitation I will say in law on this is that the FAA does not like for airports to enter into leases for more than 3 to 5 years if there is no development proposed. So if it's just this one, an FBO providing services, it's a short-term lease.
Proposal.
Yeah, you need
what
to.
I'm talking about is with the development proposal.
Absolutely, yeah, that's absolutely negotiable, and the amount of a development will determine the length of a lease. And so nothing's set in stone at this point about the length of a lease. We're going to take a good hard look at that with the help of consultants and determine, is this development proposal, is this amount of investment worth 40 years? Is it worth 30 years? And we might come back to you during that negotiation period and say, hey, we ought to be looking at a 30-year, not a 40-year lease. But that's the next step.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll get, go ahead, Sharon.
Just for clarification, neither proponent is going to be building anything in the first 5 years. It would be when they enter into the longer term contract.
That's subject to negotiation. They could certainly go from day one and start working on it.
All right. But from what I saw in the comparison, it shows year 6 and upon new 40-year term. Year 6 for Lloyd's and 40 years. It doesn't mean that you can't start something if they can financially do it, but neither one of them is actually in the proposal saying the first 5 years is going to be, anything's going to be built, correct?
ACI Jet would take a 5-year term with no development, or they would take a 40-year term right off the bat and start the development immediately.
Gotcha, but it would have to be the longer term.
Correct.
If it's the 5-year for both of them we're talking about.
Yeah, ultimately subject to negotiation.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mark. So this time we'll open this to the general public for discussion, and then if you could please state your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening again, Dale Guston. My history at the airport goes back to when we had a scheduled airline at the airport, Golden Carriage Air. And there wasn't much else at the airport at that time. No restaurant and limited facilities. An FPO, though, William T. Brooks operated it. But he was flying empty airplanes, and he had to give it up because you can't make it flying empty airplanes. That was before deregulation. So then Mr. Moore came in, and he successfully operated the FPO, but he wanted to retire. And the city, at that point, made a big mistake in turning it over to Dave Wyrick. And I know you regret doing that. But at that time, actually, the airport commission and the airport manager recommended against Mr. Wyrick, and the city officials overruled that. Now, you've got a recommendation, but also you've got a lot of questions about a 5-year period, and they're not going to put the kind of investment you really want. I think you go back and look at that term of only 5 years. I mean, you found out you couldn't float a bond on getting the extension on the sales tax. I think there should be something in the proposals that gives them some time, but it requires immediate construction. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Dale. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Claudia Nairn Weingarten. I'm the former manager at the San Luis Obispo County Airports. That includes SBP as well as Oceano. And I'm the past president of the Southwest chapter of AAAE, who you used in part of your presentation tonight. I'm here to strongly, and I can't say that strong enough, strongly urge you to go to ACI Jet. I have worked with Bill Borgsmiller and ACI Jet for a long period of time, 20 to 25 years. I also remember that when the fuel vendor at Paso Robles went belly up and they couldn't provide fuel for general aviation aircraft or any aircraft for that matter, Bill Borgsmiller stood up and he took care of it. And he became the fuel vendor and still is doing that. And he's provided aircraft maintenance. And it's just an incredible company to do business with. They have a facility now in San Luis Obispo that is incredible. Now, do you need that here? No, you don't. But you do need something better than what you've got. And it is going to take commitment, capital investment, and over the long term, obviously, not 5 years, but a long-term agreement. And I think that's notable that they do that. I mean, 5 years is nothing. You can't even get a house loan or a cottage loan, let me put it that way, for 5 years. So, but in the first 5 years, they can do interim improvements, and then negotiate for a longer term. I know for a fact that the FAA likes long-term agreements if they serve to the betterment of the airport and that they get revenue thereby. So I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, that the airport is an enterprise fund and it makes money, correct? Well, keep on making the money, guys, because ACI can do it. So that's my position, and I strongly, strongly urge you to go that direction.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I have to leave.
Take your time. Take your time. Linda George won't mind
Hi,
waiting.
3126, Linda George, thank you, I forgot my name. 3126 Spring Street. So, like I said, I really didn't want to get involved with this, but because of my analyst mind, but I want to start it with a story. My father moved from this area to San Jose. He became a roofer. He's a shingle roofer, and he was dubbed the fastest roofer in San Jose. Well, all of a sudden, he wasn't working anymore. And I asked him, Dad, what's going on? He says, well, you know, your brother's a roofer now, right? And I said, yeah. I said, well, he done bid the same job, and he got it. He called him Cutthroat Martinez to this day. When I looked at the contracts between the two, it was cursory, of course, but it had that same spirit. You guys have heard me dish Bakersfield before, no offense to the people who are from Bakersfield, but I think Bakersfield is completely different from the Central Coast. We have different needs and we have different ideologies and whatnot here in this area. I stopped reading Lloyd's proposal when I saw that their salaries were still redacted. So my question is, why were their salaries redacted? Because then the public would want to see and be able to, for public consumption, to compare what the salaries of ACI Jet compared to the salaries that Lloyd's had proposed. So then I stopped reading, because now I'm concerned what actually is going to happen at this point. I really believe that when I did procurement for the state proposals and bids, we were always forced to pick the local, the small business, and female women-run businesses if we could. My concern is, when I read Lloyd's proposal, they said they were going to hire local staff, but the very next statement it says, we're going to fill those positions ourselves. So that is an expansion in my mind. That's not a new contract. So my other concern is, even though Mayor Hammond has recused himself, the history since Ms. Roden has taken that seat is to consistently vote with Mayor Hammond. So my concern about whether or not the conflict of interest is going to be addressed or not, I think the vote is by proxy. And I really hope, especially since she's shown such an affection for the airport recently. So I think it's imperative in the uncertain time with the state budget being at the significant deficit, as well as the county budget not doing well, that we keep the county's economy here. We need the county's economy, because one day we're going to have to live upon our own means, what we were talking about earlier with the budget. So I hope that you guys stick with what's not broken. This is, once again, the next shiny project in my mind. Don't fix what's not broken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Rivera. I want to just thank Mayor Hammond for stepping down. I think it's about time that he not be participating in things related to the airport. There's too many conflicts he has. So I want to give him a kudos for stepping down. It may not be illegal, but it's certainly potentially unethical. So thank him for that. I'm agnostic on this, and let me say why I'm agnostic. Because we have a known commodity, ACI Jets, great organization, great job they've been doing at the airport for many years. And then we have a great company from Bakersfield, Lloyd's, who apparently, from everything I can tell, has been doing a great job there. However, there's a bigger picture here, and I think the public needs to be brought into this, because this is a big deal. This is potentially a 40-year contract. And as we grow, because we're going to grow, but I think Roblins need to be more involved in that growth and what happens. I don't think Roblins really understand the significance and the detail of what this body is about to make a decision on. That is a tremendous asset out there at the airport. It needs to be maximized to its best degree. On the other hand, I don't want to become San Jose. I like where I live. I want to preserve and conserve what we have here. Now, on one hand, I see ACI as being an organization that understands that. They understand the fact that we are a very special place. And I don't know what Lloyd's future plans or culture is. I do think that based on what I've heard, and I don't think we have enough information here. I think Councilmember Bausch brings up some good points. I've told you guys this before. I think we need to tap the brakes here a little bit and slow this thing down. I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. Pedal to the metal, going like crazy. There are too many unknowns as far as the public goes as it relates to this. So I think that there needs to be a time to take a breath, think about where we're going, think about where we want to end up, and understand that this asset out here is significant. And we don't want to make hasty decisions. We want to make sure that the public understands precisely what is happening here, because we have a lot of smart people in the public, a lot of Roblins, smart people. They need to be educated a little bit more on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Mark McConnell, 17th Street, Paso Robles. I want to thank you all for coming to just hear what I had to say. I have been involved in the public government interface a little bit. I was on the short-term rental debacle, version 1 and 1.2 and 2.3. And so I'm familiar that it's important that the process appear to be transparent. In fact, I think it's more important that it appears transparent than it is transparent. This is just my opinion. So I honestly think that you guys are getting it right most of the time. On parking, this is not about parking, okay? But I personally believe paid parking was the right thing. But the public disagreed so vehemently and so repeatedly, you had to finally listen to them. So, you understand where I'm going? I think you were right. The public thought otherwise. Listen up. This issue, if you compare it to the issue of parking, what we're talking about tonight, is bigger by a factor of about 1,000. So, when I was a kid, when I would see something happen, I was mesmerized more than half the time, because I was like, that doesn't make sense. That answer doesn't make sense. As I got older, I realized the answer always makes sense. What I didn't understand was, what is the question? Okay? So, if the question is, which FBO would be better for people that fly beaches and 172s and 182s and every other kind of small plane, I don't know them all. Maybe that's the answer. If the question is, which FBO is best for Paso Robles, if you want to keep Paso Robles like a small town, which is, I love it. I live here on purpose. And I'm not anti-Lloyd. He could walk right up and punch me in the face. I wouldn't know who he is. So this is not anti-Lloyd. This is pro-ACI. I personally know Bill. I trust him. And real quick. So Paso Robles is going to be a spaceport, right? True. So if that's the truth, then I don't think that doesn't fit with the mission statement of Lloyd's, the small FBO operator from the Valley, is going to take us to that place. It reminds me of my last conversation with my bipolar ex-girlfriend. So these numbers, if you look at the numbers, that's it. Would anyone like to yield? No, I'm kidding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Gary Lair, musician, citizen advocate, District 1 chair of the Republican Party. And I got to bring out a shout out to Linda Becker. She did a fantastic job. There's no way I can do it anywhere near. She's a perfect example of a dedicated public servant. She worked in the background a lot. She could get along with anybody, even me. So she deserves a lot of credit. And I'm honored to take her place. As far as ACI Jet goes, I've looked at their proposals. With a 40-year lease, they will start immediately. If you look at their proposal on the internet, fbo.aci.jet.com. Phase 1 includes a guaranteed investment of approximately $6 million in the form of a brand new 2-story FBO with larger footprint than our competitors. So I think what Sharon Roden said was correct in the context of her remarks. But I think in fairness to ACI Jet, if they do get this commitment, I mean, they're ready to go. So that's one thing that struck me. But as I noticed the social media comments, people who were speaking up on behalf of ACI Jet were people I knew personally, had personal contact with. I could vouch for their character, for their experience, and for their wisdom and knowledge. And when I saw that, I was very impressed, because these are people I can evaluate whether they can make a fair judgment. I talked to Supervisor Debbie Arnold, whom I've had the privilege of working with over the last 2 years, and she was very positive, and I was hoping that she would be here tonight to speak on behalf of ACI Jet. I don't travel that much. Most of what I know about flying comes from my Cessna on Microsoft Flight Simulator, and a little guy comes out in a cartoon and fuels my airplane. That's about all I know. So I'm not an expert on this. I don't claim to be an expert, but I see that the people I respect are knowledgeable and have had both. They have nothing negative to say about Lloyd's, but they feel that ACI Jet is just a better fit overall. I have had the pleasure of working, of getting to know John Tucker, who is, I admire his marketing skills. The guy makes me look like a rank beginner when it comes to communications. And I don't doubt his sincerity, and I don't doubt that ACI Jet is here to please the people of the Paso Robles. I think both companies have put together what they feel is appropriate at this time. The balance of my friends are in favor of ACI Jet, plus a supervisor who I greatly admire and have worked with over the past 2 years. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I really appreciate it. And I really hope we come to a conclusion as soon as possible so these business people can know how to plan for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Liz Lee, 17th Street. I have a question about how the ad hoc committee was formed. Am I allowed to ask that? I know it was comprised, I don't know what the procedure was, but I'd like to understand how that committee was formed. Because I can't see how that committee that has no public participation as far as a Paso Robles, a citizen not related to the airport, is not a part of that ad hoc committee. So this recommendation from the ad hoc committee does not, in my opinion, represent all of Paso Robles in our community. And I like what you said, Councilman Bausch and Councilman Strong. We need to understand how the RFP process was done. I don't feel like we have enough information, and I feel like that recommendation is not accurate. If I had my say in who should be the FBO, it definitely would be ACI. Why? Because they have a proven track record. They are committed to our community. Their family, they raise their families here. Why are we entertaining a Bakersfield outfit, right? Like when we have the best here already. It's going to take them 5 years to even understand our culture. And like what Linda George said, I agree. Nothing against Bakersfield, but we're Paso Robles. That's going to take years for them to understand how we work here and have our vision for the future. I mean, if you see all the supporters of ACI, it's astounding. I mean, the city has a vision for that airport for many different things, including a spaceport, which is in alliance with Cal Poly. Now, who does Cal Poly support? ACI Jets. Why are we going back to Lloyd? It's mind-boggling to me. And I like what you said too, Michael Rivera, where are you? Okay, let's pump the brakes a bit. This is a huge decision. 40 years. This affects not only the people at the airport, but the whole community. And I have been here for a very long time. I have seen the downturn of this city, and that's why I started Heart to Heart Real Estate, to give back to the community, because it was very dark. And I'm not trying to boost my business. I'm just saying that we don't want to go backwards. And I feel that I didn't read every single page of each proposal, But I feel that Lloyd's Aviation is far inferior as far as what they're offering compared to ACI. So let's not fix what's not broken. Let's just keep going with ACI, and they'll take us to the future that is aligned with the city's vision as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one thing. Why would you put T hangers in the most prime real estate on the entire?
Can you give us your names, please, sir?
Tyler Kirk. It just boggles my mind why you would put T hangers. I'm sorry, I'm passionate about this. I really want the best for Paso Robles. Why would you put T hangers in the most prime real estate at Paso Robles Airport?
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Allison Borksmiller. I was born in San Luis Obispo and raised in Paso Robles. I graduated from Paso Robles High School in 1999. Go Bearcats! I care deeply about the future of the Paso Robles Airport. ACI Jet is committed to the community, and its FBO proposal is the clear winner in ensuring safety and financial security for the airport and its residents. I am a shareholder at ACI and currently employed at Bravo Pediatrics as a nurse practitioner providing healthcare to the San Luis Obispo pediatric community. My husband of 18 years, Bill Borgsmiller, CEO and president of ACI Jet. Over the last 26 years, ACI has grown from a single person operation to over 350 employees, investing time and money into our local community, which provides educational opportunities at Cuesta through the aviation maintenance program and high quality, well-paying jobs for our community. ACI was sought out 13 years ago by Paso Robles due to the previous FBO provider running out of fuel during a critical fire season. ACI immediately transported fuel safely to the Paso Robles Airport without disrupting fuel services for the air tankers. Providing fuel services to the fire during a fire season is near and dear to my heart because my sister Amy Richard resides in Paso Robles and my brother-in-law and nephew are local firefighters. Hence, having enough fuel at the airport is imperative to keeping residents and firefighters safe, allowing the air tankers to protect our community from wildfires. ACI has cultivated and maintained relationships within the ACI and aviation community, positioning them to meet the current and future needs of the Paso Robles Airport. ACI is committed to the Paso Robles community, as am I, and we are in it for the long haul. This is not in the process, we are not being in the process of being sold, which is unknown to the out-of-towner competing FBO. If ACI's proposal is selected, it will fulfill a $17 million proposed investment to the Paso Robles Airport compared to the competing proposal of $9 million, which would help the process of Paso Robles and budget bring a large investment to our community. Numerous other airports have approached ACI to expand into their community because of their ability to work with selected officials by providing FBO services to both the general and corporate aviation clients. ACI has been transparent in the community by publishing the proposal in the media, ensuring every resident is informed. The competing FBO has withheld information from the community by not releasing their proposal and catering to individuals and self-interest. The future of the Paso Robles Airport and ACI values align with the Paso Robles small town perspective and caring for our community, which has been evident over the last 13 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Gregory and council members, city staff. My name is Mark Dart, 955 Walnut Drive, Paso Robles. It's interesting to hear that from some people that they think we need to put the brakes on and slow this process down. To me, it seems like this has been taking a very long time. Maybe some of that's because I was on the subcommittee that started this RFP process in 2021. But I'm guessing that the proposers just might be feeling that this is taking a little longer than it should too. I'm I'm currently an airport commissioner. I've been part of the Paso Robles Airport since 1985 when I came here and opened up an aircraft maintenance shop that I operated for 10 years. I'm currently an aircraft and hangar owner on the field, and I still do some part-time A&P work at Helicom Avionics. I'd like to first thank the individuals who collectively came together to evaluate and ultimately decide on the path forward for the next 40 years for our airport. City staff, specifically Mark Scandelis, who's done an awesome job with this process, with all his reports. The first two RFP evaluation and interview committees that came and put hours of their time in. It was a close decision. We had two really good competing proposals, which was fortunate, but ultimately they decided that Lloyd's would be the preferred choice. And then lastly, the ad hoc committee who came together, again, invested hours of their time in comparing, listening, analyzing these proposals in order to make their decision. I'd like to specifically commend Councilmember Roden for her pragmatic, open-minded, investigative, talk to everyone involved until she understood an approach to this topic. It's really refreshing to see somebody with such a humble, unassuming approach to these important matters. So what a great asset you are to the council for doing that. With that said, I know this is a very complex matter, and unless someone has dove deep into the weeds on these proposals, like the ad hoc committee has done and the committees before them, you can't really understand what's at stake for this airport. I realize that a lot of outside persons are looking skin deep at customer service, commitment to the community, all these things that ACI has done, and they've been great out there in those terms, but that's not everything that we're looking at when we're making this decision. I don't want to diminish anything that they've done, but they don't cover all that's needed at the airport. How general aviation aircraft maintenance is proposed to be handled, especially as to how it has been handled in the past, is an important point for the airport. I also know that these big dollar figure comparisons are easy to look at, and it's easy to try to make your judgment just solely on those numbers. But there's so much more to the RFPs than that. So there was a roadmap for the next 40 years in both of these proposals, and the one that fits the needs and cultures of users of the airport, present and future, is Lloyd's Aviation. So I completely support the recommendation of the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Alexandra Shapel, Templeton. I think we have a great airport. It's an amazing airport. And I'm an aircraft owner and hangar owner at Paso for the past 7 years. I'm also a flight instructor, and I've done flight training at the airport. I know what it means to be at an airport that has the facilities that pilots need. And ACI has been great. They've been kind to me anytime I needed fuel. The guys are great on the trucks. But when you elect a committee and you appoint people that are knowledgeable to look into what the airport needs, we have to understand that they're looking at this from the viewpoint of a pilot like myself and other pilots in North County in this area. So what's really the most important thing is that we're safe. Our planes are safe. So we have to have GA operations that support maintenance of the aircraft. That's, for me, my primary concern. I have a hard time finding maintenance at our airport for my plane. And a safe plane means safe pilots. So I want to thank the council for creating both the commission and these ad hoc committees to evaluate those needs, understand what the pilots need at the airport. And it looked to me, from what Mark presented, was a very thorough and thoughtful process. And these people that are on this commission are fellow pilots, and many I know. So I just wanted to let you guys know that they have my support in recommending choices on behalf of our local general aviation community, as well as the needs for the transient aircraft and any exceptional uses of our airport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to speak? Stand up, speak? Yep, coming.
Hi, my name is Kendall Pearson. Hi again, I know everybody here up front knows me. I own the flight school at the Paso Robles Airport. I do these prepared notes and I write down kind of what I want to say, and then stuff pops up from the audience, and it just changes everything I want to express. Number one, thank you everybody for being here. I bet these guys wish that they had this amount of participation in every single topic that happens with the city itself. It just doesn't happen. What we always look for is public input, right? And it's hard to get. That's it. We went through a really long process, like they're saying, 3 years to start, 14 months of intense stuff, a couple evaluation committees, the ad hoc committee, and then a final, what we vote on tonight is a final recommendation. I'm going to go off my prepared notes here. And one of the things I'm hearing tonight, which I think is kind of unfortunate, is if you notice how most of the speakers here, the last kind of thing they say is, well, I really don't know anything about this, but I'm giving you my opinion. Now, I spend over 300 days a year on the airport, 300 days a year on the airport, fixing airplanes, working with students, talking to people on the ramp, intercepting transient pilots that, hey, where I need to go, just being not necessarily the face of the airport, but helpful. That's my thing. Just be helpful. That's what we're there for. That's what we do initial training. Over the past 7 years that I've been in business, ACI hasn't really supported general aviation maintenance. This question to me is pretty much a slam dunk. It's a matter of business models, and it's not the individual, it's the issue. Most of our airplanes are general aviation piston maintenance, piston engine airplanes. We have one jet stationed there based at Paso Robles, just one. So we are constantly looking for a maintenance function for our aircraft. Lloyd's business is 50% general aviation piston aircraft, but they do jets. This is not a small company from this little po-down country over in Bakersfield. For God's sake, these guys serviced Air Force One. It's like they're not a small outfit. They can do absolutely everything that we've asked for in the RFP. They gave you everything you asked for in the RFP and nothing more. They've been responsive. They've acted with integrity. This process in my 38 years of public service, I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen a public relations campaign try to sway a governmental body to get a government contract. For me, I think that's wrong. Absolutely wrong. How it happened, why it happened, it really doesn't matter. As a matter of process, I would encourage you to accept the ad hoc committee's recommendation and then direct the city manager into formal negotiations with Lloyd's Aviation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Phil Gibson, 655 Oak Lane. I'm relatively new to the aviation world compared to people like Kendall and Mark, but I really do believe that your decision gets down to what the vision is that you think you have in mind for the city. I have a 182 Cessna. My biggest concern, whether it was now or previously when I was serving the city on things like the Planning Commission, was that what the projects had with general aviation. And again, if the analogy that was given about listening to your constituents, there's far more general aviation constituents than there are jet owners. And there's far more general aviation people coming into town, in my opinion, than jet owners. And I will echo that in the couple of years that I've been in aviation, I bought my plane. It's hard to get any maintenance on the planes. They're just not enough. They answer some of the questions of people that apparently are not in aviation have spoken tonight. The reason why you need more hangars is because there's a shortage of hangars. And in my opinion, we don't need large hangars to park jets in. We need more hangars to park general aviation planes in. So I far more support the concept of Lloyd's in terms of what a vision is. And I'm far more interested in seeing the city remain in somewhat the same vision that it is now, a relatively small, relatively rural town, and not a jet center. And it was always a concern, again, even being on the Planning Commission and participating in the meetings with having a rocket center, that what that would do to general aviation. because frankly, you move general aviation out of the area, there's nowhere for us to go, right? We're limited in what we have. We have one airport. And if you turn it into a center or an airport that caters to jets, then general aviation is gone. We're going to have to all sell our planes or move somewhere. So I don't think that's in best interest of your constituents. I would also, again, echo the people that did service. I commend people that do public service. And this apparently has been a long 3-year process. The only reason I can think of anybody wanting to kick the can down the road is try to forestall a decision. But I think the decision is time. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to stand up and speak?
Good evening. My name is Stephen Ells. I run actually I'm an aviation consultant. I write magazine articles about how to take care of airplanes. So consultant sounds better than mechanic. To answer your question, why those 5 people wouldn't compete the bid is it's almost impossible to find a general aviation mechanic, especially to come to a place that's so expensive to live in. There's a great shortage. And Bill's credit, I'd like to thank him for keeping the gas prices reasonable around here and for him investing in a training center for aviation technicians. I have been messing around with airplanes since I was 18. I'm a commercial pilot. I've written for many general aviation magazines, including the biggest in the country. In my mind, we need T-hangars. We need space for the people that live on this airport and operate on this airport. A huge hangar. I would never put my airplane in a community hangar because they get banged up, they get dinged up. Community hangars don't really work well. So I'm all in favor of building the small hangars. I wish we could find a way to get more technicians here, although Bill and ACI did have the AOG. You know what that means? If my airplane's broke on this airport, I call up San Luis Obispo and they send somebody up. If my airplane has a flat tire in the runway, who's going to get it off the runway? Somebody from San Luis Obispo? We have local talent. They can get it off the runway quickly and return the airport to service. So it's really important to make sure that the award winner has a maintenance facility on the field. Not only because it'll bring service into the field, because there's always a shortage of service, but because it'll help the aircraft operate correctly. The airport operates safely. I think you've made a good decision. It sounds to me like 3 years ought to be plenty enough time, and you've kicked it this way, that way. You've brought in experts, you've studied it, you've formulated committees that gave their opinion after studying it. I'd urge you to go ahead and follow the recommendation. I think that's the best future for this airport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Carl Ford, and I didn't prepare anything. I'm a volunteer at the Paso Robles Airport with the Youth Aviation Club. I teach aircraft sheet metal and restoration of aircraft. I have different days. I have maybe 12 students. Certain days I have 6 students. I have 4 that I call my Rosie the Riveters. And one of them is going to Embry-Riddle from an ACI Jet scholarship. Most of them they're not going to follow my footsteps, but they're going to learn something and they're going to do something with their lives. I worked for ACI Jet for 12 years. And, excuse me. And it's been a wonderful adventure. Wonderful. I raised my family here in San Luis, in Templeton. I have a lot of friends that I've gained along the way. And one of the things that I've learned from ACI is to pay forward. And that's what I'm doing. And it really makes me feel good about that. And another thing I've learned is to walk the walk. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, any last minute comments? Here we go.
I'm Ryan Crowell, president of Lloyd's Aviation. Thanks for having me. Truly and sincerely, it's an honor to be here. On behalf of our entire company, we really are privileged to have been a part of this process. I want to start by echoing some of the words that I said the very first time back in December when I addressed the council then. The city staff, including the review panels and committees that they put together, have been extremely detailed and professional during the entirety of this 14-month process. They represent the city very well. You should be very proud of that. That is not always the case. When we started down this road, I knew we could do a good job. We've got a great team. And we've got a lot of experience. I knew we could do well here. I spent a lot of time, along with some of my coworkers, getting to know this airport that I've been flying into for nearly 2 decades. What I didn't know at the time was the amazing people that I would meet along this journey, many of which have showed up here tonight, unscripted, unsolicited, and a very special thank you to them. I'll pause for just a quick second to address your concern about the length of lease. Our initial proposal had and I won't speak for ACI at all, but our proposal had a self-imposed performance clause in it, saying we're not signing up for a short-term 5-year lease. We're signing up for a long-term lease, but if we don't do what we say we're going to do in the first 5 years, you can cancel it after 5 years. That was our performance clause. So our vision and dream for what the Paso Robles Airport could be has been a journey of examination that I think rigorous would be the understatement of the century. That's what makes it all the more humbling. We have been reviewed and scrutinized by 3 different panels of various types, of almost every type of citizen you could collect. And all 3 of them have recommended us to the city council. And I can't tell you how humbling that is and how honored we are by that, truly. We don't take their support lightly, not at all. But today I ask for your support, and I promise this city mine that we will be a place that takes this gem of aviation that is the Paso Robles Airport, the welcome mat for your city, and encourage collaboration, growth, and innovation. We're ready to go to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Hi.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Craig Landon. I'm actually from Atascadero. Airline pilot, general aviation background. Been flying for about 40 years, so I'll give some perspective to the people here. Been all over the country, all over the world, but for my general aviation experience, it's generally been in Southern California and the Southwest area. So I've been to ACI Jet, I've been to Signature, I've been to all these different FBOs, and they're all great. But the one thing I believe we need here is what I see in my profession, my day job, is pilots and mechanics. And this airport provides this. You have no idea how much space you have here. Lots of land, no restrictions, no noise abatement. I fly down to Orange County all the time, Fullerton, San Diego, GA. I'm a new aircraft owner. I haven't owned an airplane, but about 4 months ago, I decided to buy one. So now a lot of these people have mentioned now I need a mechanic. So I think you've all read that we are in a major pilot shortage right now. I'm out of here in 5 years. So we are having a hard time recruiting people. The military isn't putting them out. So we need to get flight schools on board to do that. And ACI Jet doesn't provide that. They do a great job of what they do with the charter and the celebrities and whatever else and the fuel. But we need somebody like a Lloyd's who will do the hangars, like everybody's saying a T hangar. I'm looking for a T hangar. I don't need a big giant 60 by 60 hangar. So I need that. I need maintenance. I've got to fly my airplane down somewhere else, Santa Maria, Orange County, John Wayne, Fullerton, somewhere just to get my airplane maintained. It should be done here. I've been on emails with Cuesta College down in San Luis and up here, and I think they have an aviation tech school here. And I'd like to become an A&P when I retire, but it takes too much time, and I can't do it right now with my day job. So it would be great if part of Lloyd's is scholarships and working with Cuesta and get the people, maybe at least a hangar here. They get their classroom studies there. They come out here and they do the rivets and do all their hands-on training. I think that would be fantastic. You need pilots, so we need the flight schools here to train. You got the best airspace in the world. It's clear most of the time. You don't have a control tower. You're on your own, which seems unsafe, but it's not. No Los Angeles, San Diego, New York type of airspace to worry about. For instrument conditions, you have 2 runways. You have multiple instrument approaches to come here when you're working on your instrument ratings and different levels of stuff here. So as far as that's my 2 cents. I think pilots and mechanics. And that doesn't do a whole lot for the business end of it, but for growth, I think that's what people need to see. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Whoa, excuse me. Good evening. My name is John Tucker, Templeton resident in the Paso Robles School District, though. We're right on the fringe there. Also the marketing director for ACI Jet. I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight, largely because someone has to address the elephant in the room about what's going on social media these days. For a year now, every effort by ACI to bring publicly available information to a wider local audience, given our belief that the public airport operates for the public good, has been met by personal attacks and false accusations by a few individuals. I'm not going to name them here. Perseverance is one of our core values, and we've had to embrace it daily for the last year. Something made very clear to this group, something made very clear by this group, who certainly have valid opinions, is that they know ACI Jet's proposal does come with market-driven potential for growth and change at the airport. This isn't interpretation, but substantiated by their own statements, some of them tonight. Many of their statements seek to distort an objective view of what is being proposed with a not in my backyard attitude that is damaging to communities, stifles growth, and hinders access by others to their own airport. It's exclusionary to other types of operations and seizes a public asset as their own. It opposes the space and facilities to accommodate future investment into Paso Robles, catalyzed by the economic asset that is designed for that purpose. What must be considered, rather, is position. Lloyd's, a great company, I can say that honestly, and a great operator with stellar reputation that I commend them for, is positioned for future expansion of light general aviation for the next several decades. That's been validated by everyone tonight. ACI Jet is positioned for the future expansion of the city's own goals for tourism, residential and commercial development, business growth, and the spaceport. All of this at no cost to current general aviation customers. They don't lose space, they don't lose service. The city and community retain and gain significant revenues and opportunities with one proposal. This, and the airport itself, has plenty of space available, as referenced by the last speaker, for demand-based GA expansion for years to come, just not on that prime property. And you have an opportunity with a local provider today. I'll finish with a personal note. My daughter, at only 21 months old, is already spending time with me in our shop learning tools, tool safety, and how different fasteners work. It's a lot of fun. What I want most for her is a world of opportunities ahead of her at and around our home airport. She may never fly and fix aircraft, but if she does pursue a career in engineering or runs a local business and herself becomes one of the people creating a better future for Paso Robles, I know with certainty that the airport will factor into her ability to do so, regardless of whether or not she flies or fixes them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Ross. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for ACI Jet. There are clear distinctions between the two proposals being evaluated today in terms of their financial plans. Most importantly, ACI Jet aims to invest significantly in the airport beginning on day one of an agreement without the need to try things out before committing to any real capital improvement. Additionally, while both proposers provided assurance of their financial capacity to operate the FBO, I can also confirm that ACI Jet carries zero institutional debt. We pay no interest, and we have access to enough cash to immediately deliver on our proposed development and improvements. Again, our proposal commits to the phase one development as of the date of the new lease and is the only one to do so. Similarly, ACI Jet's proposed fee structure will generate approximately $6 million more in revenue to the city of Paso Robles over the life of our proposed term. We also estimate that the potential loss of the now well-established DLA fuel contract and the means to support the Royal Air Force operations would come at a cost to the city of Paso Robles of nearly $90,000 per year. The recommendation presented by the city was for the competing proposer to match our DLA pricing in efforts to maintain current military sales. However, I can assure you that absent an actual DLA contract, the likelihood of maintaining much of those sales is very low, as purchasing fuel outside of a DLA contract results in a direct reduction to a military group's operating budget and is intentionally avoided. As the CFO of ACI Jet, I can also attest, and a bit to my own frustration, that ACI is not doing this to bolster its bottom line. In my 20 plus years leading and managing ACI's finances, we've always started by doing what's right, regardless of the cost, in hopes that the spirit of good business will be met in kind. As evidenced in our historical financials, our presence in Paso has oftentimes not been profitable. Yet we've accepted that financial risk knowing that every year we've been planting seeds for this opportunity today, an opportunity to invest what is necessary for this airport to realize its true potential. The final point I'd like to make is that ACI Jet's phase one development, which is our committed investment to be completed within the first 5 years, is the only one that constructs the large hangar necessary to ensure the continued use of the Paso Airport by the Royal Air Force or any other large aircraft operation without emptying the only maintenance hangar on the leasehold. The competing proposal does not solve or even address this problem and could come at the cost of losing the airport's single largest customer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, it is. Name's Martin Caskey, 604 Clydesdale Circle. Little history. Third generation pilot. Had airport presence since about 1985 when my dad moved up here, got a hangar, and been on the airport ever since. Currently, I spend at least 300 days a year on the airport. I have flown all over the U.S. in my own airplane. Every FBO I've ever gone into has been polite, does their job, takes care of you, takes you to town, either has an old beater car that you can drive if they're out in the middle of nowhere, which I've landed at a lot. The few things that I've got here, Lloyd's has been in business for 65 years at an airport in basically the middle of the state of California. That's pretty good testimony to their quality as a company and as people. Their ability to provide services. The military contract is not something that's insurmountable to get. You can get that. If you're the sole provider on the airport, that's pretty darn easy to get. So those numbers, as far as the fuel sales, will still be there. They're not going away. The spaceport, that's coming. You guys have worked so hard on that. Either guy that is going to be part of this FBO is going to service the spaceport. And I don't know why everybody thinks it's going to be rockets going off. That's been talked about millions of times, and it's just like, that's not what's going to happen. So my opinion is Lloyd's is the way to go. And you've had 3 separate entities in-house tell you that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Bill Borgsmiller, CEO of ACI Jet. First thing I want to do is just take care of one clarification, because there were questions about the term of the lease, the investment, all that stuff. Just to be super clear on what we proposed, we propose a 40-year lease and a guaranteed $6 million investment right up front immediately within that 40-year lease. Our hope would be to, if you look at the timeline, we hope to have that building open in about 3 years after we're afforded the lease, if we can do it right. Our goal is to make this happen fast. And that's because we think that large commercial hangar is the key element that the airport is missing. Right now, some of the largest aircraft that produce a lot of the revenue, or that produce the most revenue, don't have a place to go. And so there's always a battle for the old Kyoto building when the RAF comes to town or when there's a large aircraft that needs to be repaired. And that tug of war is not going to be solved unless you build a home for the big stuff. Building a home for the big stuff makes more room for the little stuff. And this is something I hope everybody realizes. This is not an either or situation. While that may be the case at some airports that are space constrained, Paso Robles is blessed with thousands of acres of land, most of which is undeveloped. And we would be more than happy to develop T hangars and box hangars, just like the Lloyd's proposal, and we would develop them right now. We just don't think they belong on that prime industrial space. But if they can be built somewhere else, and there are people that are either willing to buy them or lease them at a market rate that supports constructing them, there's no problem with doing that. But I just think you need to realize that if anybody understands the light GA maintenance problem, it's us. We've been giving somebody a hangar for free for 8 years now, and watching the financials and paying for the financials and paying for the internet. So I think we know more about solving that problem than anybody. And it's one of the many reasons why we did start up the Cuesta AMT program, because we know what tools this community needs to solve that problem. It's a major problem. I think we put a really nice video together that kind of highlights the reasons that those resources compete with each other. And I think our solution will really deliver for this community. And I know it's been a long time coming, and that's been a frustration. That's frustrating for me with my own little airplane, finding a place to get it worked on. But with that, you guys have a tough decision to make. And, unfortunately, democracy is a tough, messy process sometimes. I think both companies have done a really good job advocating for why they think they're the best. I know Ryan and the Lloyd's team, I have nothing but respect for them. They have a great operation. And I think while either company could provide the service here, I think nobody's going to understand it better. Nobody's more connected locally to all the tools and resources to solve the problems. And nobody's prepared to act as quickly as we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Go ahead.
Councilman, my name's David Newtile, and I'm a business owner at Paso Robles Airport. I have a big, ugly hangar that's right in the middle of everything they want to do. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak in regards to the FBO assignment. I've got a lengthy thing here that I feel compelled to deviate from as well. It's a real simple decision to me. One of them's going to build big boxes for billionaires' biz jets. The other one is going to build and people come in my hangar and they ask me, do you know hangar space anywhere? I'm like, not here. But, and when you talk about general aviation, it's not 182s. We got $1.25 million Cirrus. We've got $3.5 million Malibus. These aren't poor guys. And this is what they want. And Lloyd stands to do that right on the onset. They're not looking to build these big. And when you make that wall of big boxes, it's not friendly. You can go all over Arizona, all over the country where there's a big box bizjet airport. It's no longer friendly. It doesn't have the allure that our airport has. My recommendation is for Lloyd's, and I've been out there for 30 some years. I've seen, the growth, and we're at a good time, for general aviation. People are moving up. They're training and they're moving up into jets, and, they're on their way. But 99.9% of the people in this town will never set foot in one of those jets, ever. So, and the hangars will be closed. It's your choice, but mine would be Lloyd's. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Chris Campos. Born and raised here for 40 years. Did flight instruction in San Luis. I teach here. I'm a flight instructor. Help out Kendall when I can. I'm looking at the whole thing tonight. And for me, being a Roblin of 40 years, I think the most important thing to me is keeping the airport a community. And we don't want it to be the next Santa Monica. So that's something to think about. Nothing against ACI. They're great at fuel and charter. But I don't think that's really the vision for Paso, in my opinion. I think Lloyd's would be a great asset to the community we already have here established at Paso. With that, I just, this is a big deal. This is a huge commitment to make. And so I just want you guys to really look that over and see what's the best fit for Paso. I mean, ACI is great, but that's a charter business. That's not GA. That they don't have the mechanics tomorrow that can start working on all these 172s and the Cirruses. They have to go out and outsource mechanics and develop a plan for that. So I think for me personally, I think Lloyd's the best fit. And I hope you guys can see that too. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Hi, Luke.
Hey, sir. Good evening, Council. Luke Newland. I'm the current General Manager of the FBO in Paso Robles, and hopefully the future General Manager of the FBO in Paso Robles. I'm interested in and biased in favor of ACI Jet to win tonight, and I am blessed to work for a company where I know my future is secure either way. And we had a meeting with our team to go over with that and to kind of relieve some of the anxieties around this process. And I think either way, I still want to be a part of a capable team of aviation professionals who want to build something that we feel is good for the airport and the community. I believe I have a unique perspective on both sides of this decision that will be made tonight. I can see and respect why a few people don't want us to bring out about so much change and expansion. I really can see that. ACI Jet does represent growth and significant commercial development, and this is a threat to the status quo. And it even endangers the personal interests of those involved in guiding this process. So I just encourage you to make the decision with the whole community in mind. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Luke. We have more. Got one more coming up.
I'm Jennifer Winters. Excuse me. I'm employed by Air Paso, the flight school, Kendall's business. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've read through the description of ACI's intent on their website, and I have some concerns. I didn't find any information or intent to provide primary flight training or support it. Since I work at the flight school located on the airport, and I finished my private certificate there as well, and because there's a flight school at Paso, that was one of the reasons I moved here. The flight school I was working at where I was living was closing. So that's what drew me here. To be fair, I have no information on Lloyd's and Bakersfield. There was nothing on their website. Doesn't mean it's bad. I just didn't get any information. That said, it appears from ACI's website that they're more interested in bringing in larger passenger carrying and corporate aircraft to Paso. And while I am usually or totally in favor of progress in generating more revenue for the city, I fear there won't be any support of the general aviation community. Corporate commercial pilots have to start flight training somewhere, such as a local general aviation flight school. Air Paso is a fairly busy flight school. We enroll 2 to 3 students a month, from late teens to mature adults. We train in single, multi-engine aircraft as well as tailwheel. The younger students come in with full intent to go into the corporate commercial airlines, including flying cargoes such as FedEx, UPS, Amazon. Some also intend to use their flight skills for community service, for providing help for those needing medical care, such as transporting an injured person to a hospital. Some are interested in flying for CAL FIRE. Others are interested in donating their skills for charity. My point being that ensuring and supporting primary training for future pilots works to keep the general aviation community alive and providing essential pilots for the numerous agencies that rely on air transport. And it all starts with the resource of a primary flight school. It's my hope that the city finds an FBO that will generate revenue for the city of Paso without excluding the necessary primary training to keep the aviation community alive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Okay.
I do have a caller online.
Okay, go ahead.
Nicole Miller.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, council, staff, and the public. Thank you for your time. I think focusing on Paso revenue is a key item to focus on for this discussion. If the November ballot measure isn't renewed, this will have significant impacts to the city as a whole. Generating additional airport revenue will remain an enterprise fund as discussed previously by the airport manager. But continued growth at the airport through fuel sales can increase revenues to the general fund. As the city of Paso Robles continues to grow, we might not want to compare ourselves to Napa because we want to keep that small town charm. But Californians will continue to want to visit Paso because of this. We need to set ourselves up for that while continuing that small town charm feel that ACI Jet has helped grow at the Paso Robles Airport. ACI Jet created the aviation maintenance program at Cuesta College and continues to support the community through numerous philanthropic efforts and scholarships. This is why I support ACI Jet, and I hope that the council will too. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other callers.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and close to public comment. And there's a couple of questions. Oh, let's see. So, Mark, can you just go over the history again so that everybody understands what we've been through? So, the airport, there are 2 committees at the airport, and then the meeting in December. So, up to that point.
Yeah, so back in 2020, the contract for the fuel concession was expiring. Let me go back to the slide. A subcommittee of the Airport Commission was formed in 2021 after the contract was administratively extended because of COVID. Sorry, far back here, isn't it?
It's okay. We've covered a lot of ground.
Keep going. Okay.
So May 2021, we formed that ad hoc or subcommittee of the Airport Commission. At that point, the old manager, I was just coming on board as Roger was leaving. The question was, what do we want to do with the fuel contract? Want to keep extending it administratively, figure out what to do later, or do we want to go out to RFP? Does the city want to take over the contract themselves? What do we want to do? They have multiple meetings were held. Ultimately, it was the subcommittee's recommendation to go out to RFP. That's what we did. Following that recommendation, in early 2022, we hired the consultants to help us draft that RFP document, put it out on the street. It's been live for 14 months now.
And you brought the results of those two airport commissions to the city council on December 19th.
Correct.
And the city council wanted to get more information to make sure we're making a good decision. So we extended the process for the ad hoc, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we've gone 6 months past that date of December 19, 2023.
Okay. And part of that process was we could have voted on December 19th just to go with Lloyd's, but we chose, I was one of the people that required more information to make sure we're making the best choice. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands this has been going on for a year and 4 months by December, and then we extended it another 6 months with 3 intense meetings, lots of information. So that's where we are today. So I just want everybody to understand that. So the timeline is 3 ad hoc meetings after that. And the final meeting on May 9th, it was a 3-1 vote in favor of Lloyd's.
Correct.
And we've heard a lot of testimony from both sides about why, who's doing what. So I want to leave it right there. And then is there any other questions that were asked that we need answers to as far as the public? Go ahead.
Well, I had wanted to ask Lloyd's because something that was told to me, and I was curious about it, because everything I've read doesn't seem to square with it, but I want to hear from Lloyd's themselves. Are you up for sale or not?
No.
Because I was told you were up for sale.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Strong. Let's get him up to the microphone so everybody can
go ahead,
hear
Ryan.
the response.
Thank you for asking that. We've been asked that by multiple committees multiple times now. The answer is still no. We have not been, we don't have any plans to be for sale.
Okay, and you've been in business for 65 years.
Yes.
And you're also active at the national level within your organization, especially in aviation fuel?
I serve as vice chair of the Airport Business Committee for the National Air Transportation Association.
Yes.
Yes.
And how did you get there?
I was nominated, voluntold by the president of the organization.
And voted on by the membership?
By the board, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. That was for you, Ryan.
So we had an email exchange between the city manager, yourself, myself.
Yes.
And I had asked the question on May 13th. Only one question. When we last met, you shared that you, perhaps in conjunction with others, were in the process of buying out the founder. Have you succeeded? Thank you for reaching out. And you answered, thanks, Chris. We're still in the process in that we're still paying for it. We did that deal a few years ago.
Yes.
See you soon. So to me, it doesn't matter to me if you bought the founder out. I'm more worried about the cash flow and the debt service for that. And that's a big issue.
And a fair question, one that we've been asked by the review committee and the ad hoc as well.
I was told you hadn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Mark.
That's okay.
Before we move on, Mark, can you address that?
So we did, in response to that question you asked a week or so ago, we did respond to both proposers. Lloyd's Aviation's purchase of the company is factored into their confidential financial information, and the review of that confidential financial information showed that they did not have any issues with the financing.
Okay. So we have debt service going out
to Steve Lloyd. Steve's retired.
Correct.
I'm going to ask
Aviation confirmed.
Ryan now. Thank you. So we have debt service going up. Do I need to be concerned about that? And the reason I am hypersensitive to this, and I shared this with you, I worked with the previous FBO.
Understood.
And concerned about the development. I want to make sure that whoever we partner with, and this is a partnership in my mind,
Absolutely.
that they have the wherewithal, the financial wherewithal, and it's going to be dedicated to the betterment of our airport, for the betterment of our city. I'm really concerned about that. Convince me that you're the right person.
All right, I'll do it again. So all of that was considered, not just by us when we submitted this proposal, not just included in the financial analysis that all the information that we provided that was analyzed by the city, but it was also included by the bank that wrote a letter backing us, saying they have the wherewithal to do this. I can't, I don't know how else to say it, but I will say I know that is a concern, and that is specifically why our proposal had this is not a short-term contract for us. This is a long-term contract, but we said, hey, if we don't do it, if for some reason we can't get the money or the financing or the whatever, if we can't, you can fire us.
So I'm troubled with that. I'm really troubled with having to put a 5-year performance. I would rather see a surety bond or something along those lines. You start the development right now. Can you hit the ground with $6 million?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you build right away?
The addition to the airport terminal would be the very first project. Day one, we will complete the design and the construction plans and get that going. And right behind it, because Mark asked us, would we be willing to accelerate our hangar development project? We said, absolutely. We will do that as fast as possible. The only reason that we put that clause in there, and again, this is all up for negotiation. So you can negotiate with us whatever the city decides and whatever the city manager decides. But our proposal was, we don't want the city to be worried about our financial solvency. We don't want the city to be worried about if we're going to do what we said we were going to do. That's why we put that in there. Because we know it's happened in the past and we don't want you to worry about that.
But the fact is that, and I accept that answer, thank you for that. But we're still trying to get people to believe that you never transferred ownership. I'm concerned with that.
Well, I didn't say that we never transferred ownership. I said it's not for sale. So we're a 65-year-old company. I'm not 65 years old.
I get that.
I just want to, I look good, I think, but not that good. So here's the history of our company. In 1958, Byron Lloyd started the company. He learned to fly on the GI Bill after World War II. The city built a freeway through his successful business. He took the money and he went full-time into aviation. That man gave me my first flight in an airplane when I was 9 years old, and I was hooked. In 1986, his son Steve took over, bought out his dad. After I graduated from college with my degree in aeronautical science, and I'd been teaching at a university, Byron Lloyd introduced me to Steve Lloyd. He said, you guys need to know each other. Steve hired me. And a few years into it, Steve said, we got to figure out a way for you to buy me so I can retire. And we did that. So that was done in 2019.
And so we don't consider that a sale. I would consider that.
You asked me if the company was for sale. It is not.
You said we are not and have never actively tried to sell it, nor have we expected.
We have never gone outside. We have never publicly marketed it.
Outside, but okay.
We have never gone to the public and said, this is for sale. In this, the shares of the company have sold two times to 3 owners in 65 years.
Okay, thank you. Back to the initial investment.
Yes.
So that's a change from, and I'm trying to keep score in my mind. It's like the third change. Start off with little to no investment to a 5-year investment to an immediate investment.
No.
Okay, what am I missing?
Our proposal always said that we would start right away. It said we would start with the airport terminal addition.
Right.
And then we would go to the hangars.
Okay.
And that we would build them and lease them. The city then asked, would you accelerate that? And if you could, would you pre-sell them? And we said yes.
Okay.
So that's the only change.
You'd build them if you could pre-sell them.
They asked us if we would accelerate that and offer them pre-sale. For sale ahead of time, yes.
Or lease. I hear that there's a desire for leasing the T hangars.
Yes.
Would you build them in order to lease them?
That was our initial proposal, yes.
That's okay. Thank you. And now I think this next question probably goes back either to ACI or to Mark. So I've seen a couple different numbers, and I heard another number during the public comment. Ryan. In your slides, you presented an approximately $9 million investment by Lloyd's versus a $6 million by ACI. And then when ACI came up, I heard ACI say they were willing to invest $17 million. I'm confused.
Committed development for ACI Jet in phase 1 is $5.9 million. For phase 2, original RFP response had no development cost identified. In a supplemental response on page 11, if they were able to lease the entire public ramp, they would invest $15.336000. Also on page 11 of that supplemental response, if the city was to accept their updated fee structure, but retain the public ramp for the city, they would invest $12,160,000. In a CalCoast News article on June 4th, 2024, they said they would invest $12 million. On December 19th, 2023, via public comment, they said they would invest $11,662,500. And in their Pairs Well with Paso website submitted on June 14th, 2024, they said they would invest $11,600,000.
How do we come up with $6 million?
$6 million is their committed phase 1 investment, which they put in their proposal. The delta there is the phase 2 and what the phase 2 may cost.
So let me ask Bill. Sorry. How much are you willing to invest day one?
So our understanding of both these proposals was that there's a committed development up front that is to get in the door, and that is $6 million. We will build that phase 1. Then just like the pre-sale or pre-lease, we would be looking for tenants to move into those other facilities. One of them is a joint Cal Poly Cuesta education facility that we propose. That we actually have some pretty good lines on, but the goal would be to basically pay you guys money for that land on day one and then go get the tenants to build that out. So that we view, the way we've always viewed the proposal is there's a commitment of $3 million from the competitor on day one. There's a commitment of $6 million from us on day one, with the big difference being that we will do that inside of the 40-year lease. So we'll do it within the 40-year lease. So we'll go build that first phase like bam, bam, right away, get that hangar open, and then we will start working on developing the other phase. The reason it changed from 15 to 12 to 11.6 or whatever that is in the original proposal, we had proposed an option on some additional land, and that's why it was 15-something million. Ever since then, phase 2 has always been 11 and change, but in some publications, we've rounded it to $12 million, but it's always been 11.6. It's a calculation based on the square footage and the type of construction.
So then what's your proposal on how soon you would invest in the terminal?
We already have our plans started for that. We got to maybe like 20% construction docs and developing our proposal. So we're ready to go on that as fast as we can get it permitted and ready to go.
Does the drawings help you establish a level of investment?
What's that?
Do you know how much you're going to spend, what that's going to cost you?
Well, when we put it together originally to expand the terminal and build that first hangar with a line shack, which we believe is like step one to get all the big airplanes and the heavy stuff out of the light GA areas so it has its own home that it can go to so they aren't competing for space. That is approximately $6 million. Now, this process started a year and a half ago, so I bet you that 6 million's probably, 6.8 or whatever right now, just in the time this process has taken. Inflation's pushed things up probably 5 to 8%.
All right. Can I ask another question?
We have people waiting to ask. Go ahead.
All right. So, I've got a lot. So how do you want to do this?
Well, it'd be fair to share.
Okay. I will. I promise.
I can come back to you. Ask one more and I'll come back.
All right. So you have been at the airport for how long?
Almost, I think around 14 years now.
Okay. And how long have you been on an interim lease?
So we started with a 4-year lease and then 2 3-year options, I believe, or it might have been 2 3s and a 4, and then we've been on an interim ever since the end of that first 10 year.
So your first 10-year, then 4-year, then 3-year, and now you're month to month.
Yes.
Does that inspire confidence to build new infrastructure, new general aviation maintenance, for example?
Well, no, we need a longer term lease than that to build. However, I will tell you, when we took over the lease, because we came in 24 hours because CAL FIRE didn't have fuel and it was kind of an emergency situation. After that, the city went out to an RFP, and that's where we got the 10-year lease. We actually proposed to build something at the time. We said, do you want to talk about capital investment and doing something? But I think the city really felt like they had just gotten burned pretty bad. And they said, no, we don't want anything. So we laid out a 10-year plan to just say, hey, how about we get fuel stable? How about we get a restaurant back in here? How about we get some sort of maintenance facility in place? And I think, on 2 out of the 3 of those, we've delivered 110%. On the light GA maintenance facility, that has been a challenge, and we've recognized that a long time, which, like I said, is why we have a strategy to address it and part of why we started a school.
So have you produced any techs at all through the school?
Have we what?
Mechanics?
The first group graduates in August, and we just had our first career day with the 22 grads last week. And so we should be bringing some new ones into the mix this summer.
Thank you.
Yep.
Fred, don't run away.
Oh.
Please stay there.
Yeah,
I was going to let Ryan have it again.
Are you one owner or corporate?
What's that?
Are you one owner or corporate?
So there's essentially 3 people that own ACI. There is Freeman Holdings Group, which is a minority holder. That is a private family, Midwestern family. Honestly, culturally, they would fit in really, really well here. They're Kansas City people. They do have a lot more FBOs than I do. They have 18 or 19 of them. They just hold a minority interest, and I have complete control of ACI, but I do share some non-voting ownership with other members of my team. Matter of fact, a lot of the people wearing blue shirts there own part of ACI. So ACI is majoritarily owned by San Luis Obispo County residents that live here and work here, but it's completely under my control.
Okay, but you do have people out of Kansas City also.
Yeah, the Freeman family is our partner, and they're out of Kansas City. They have FBOs in California as well. They have Victorville and SoCal, just a couple other Southern California airports, but out more like Inland Empire.
And how many airports are you handling now?
We operate at 3. We operate at John Wayne Airport, San Luis Obispo County Airport, and Paso Robles Airport. And I'm most excited about this one because it has so much space, which is something that neither of those other 2 have any of.
Thank you.
Sharon?
Along those lines, from what I understand, when we had our conversation, you sold 49% of your company 2 years ago to the Freeman Group, also known as Millionaire.
So 49% of ACI has always been owned by some financial partner. When I started it 26 years ago, I didn't have more than 2 nickels to put together. And so what happened was I ended up with my first minority partner was a gentleman named Kevin Eldridge. He was a local entrepreneur that had a pizza company. The next partner I had was a professional ball player named Todd Zeal. After Todd Zeal, I had the Van Steenwyck family, who were Paso Robles locals here. They own Scientific Drilling and Adelaida Vineyards. They held that 49%. They eventually, when Don Van Steenwyck passed away, the family decided to sell it. We had an aircraft owner who was interested in it. He was a French billionaire, and he thought airplanes were really cool, and he wanted to own part of an airplane company. And I think after, he was a great partner, but after 5 to 7 years of realizing that there's a lot more making sausage than there is, flying around with champagne and caviar with movie stars, it wasn't interesting. And that's where he gave me the option. He said, hey, I don't want to do it anymore. He said, but why don't you go pick somebody that you like, and I will, work with you, because I'm more concerned about you guys still doing what you're doing and enjoying it. And so that's where we came up with Freeman, and they've been a fantastic partner for the last several years.
And you sold that, what, 2 years ago?
That was portion? Nathan, do you know when that was? 2020, so 4 years ago, Freeman's took in. But okay. So that 49% has always belonged to somebody.
I gotcha.
Along the way.
All right. Do you have any idea where the comment came from that Lloyd's was selling?
Yes, we actually, we put that comment out there. That's how we understood it. We understood that Steve Lloyd was selling the business to the other people that were taking ownership. And, if I could go back, I would probably word that differently as a transfer of ownership, because I know, and I didn't mean to offend anybody, but I know Ryan took that to heart and, had some comments at the ad hoc committee meeting.
Well, I think it's kind of hung on a little bit too, because there's still questions about it. So I think we're clear on that.
Yeah, that's why we sent a letter to be very clear about where we came up with that. We were looking at another FBO in Bakersfield that is currently for sale, and we were talking with our customers and stuff over there because we were looking into whether or not we were going to purchase that other entity. And they basically made it clear to us that, hey, there's this change of ownership going on. And I had personally had conversations with Steve Lloyd about purchasing that business when we previously operated an FBO over there. So that's where that context came from. I probably could have said it better, and hopefully my letter cleared it up, and I certainly didn't mean anything, but I did think it was fair to point out that there is a change in ownership taking place, because that does require cash. And, we weren't trying to attack any personal characteristic. We weren't saying, hey, this is somebody's, hair color or lifestyle or color of shirt. We feel like financial ability is a objectively measurable criteria that is valid to look at in an RFP process. So we're just doing what any company would do, which is, promote all the areas where we think we are the best candidate, and certainly look at areas where we think we're stronger than the other competitor. And I think that's all fair and above board in the process.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
So, any other comments or questions for staff?
No, lots of comments, but I don't know if Mr. Bausch is through with all his questions.
Mr. Bausch?
I think the only one that I have left, thank you for that, Fred. It seems like we're on fairly equal footing. We got a lot of the financial questions resolved. Just to be clear, Bill, you would build small hangars soon, later, what? I mean, I don't see any opposition to building the T hangars. It's just a matter of where you would put them. Am I understanding that right?
Yes, we would be happy to build T hangars or box hangars. We just don't believe they belong on that prime commercial property. If the city wants to identify some land, we're happy to develop them. We can pre-sell them, we can lease them. We would just ask for some sort of commitment, because my experience at Paso has been that everybody agrees there needs to be more small aircraft hangars. The question is there the market? Are there people willing to pay what it costs to build hangars today? Because most of the rents out there are not at $800, $900, $1,000, $1,100 a month, which is probably the ballpark of where new construction would be. They're hangars that were built 40 or 50 years ago that are leasing for $400 to $600. If you can produce $400 to $600 a month hangars, we could use another 100 of them tomorrow and they'll all be filled up. But we're certainly willing to develop those hangars. I think putting small box and T hangars right on the drive as you come into the airport, it'd be like putting a storage facility, here on the square downtown. It's not appropriate for that prime commercial space. That's why we put a big commercial hangar there with windows and glass, just like you'd see if you went to our facility in San Luis Obispo, to try to make it beautiful and exciting. So if you're coming up to the main terminal or Joe's, you have this wow factor. And that was our goal.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We'll get you a portable mic. Okay. So, anything else, Mark?
Unless you have any questions, I'm happy to sit down.
Okay, why don't you have a seat? So, it's up to what you guys want to do. I just want to summarize a little bit about why I selected who I did. It's really hard for people to understand when you have a really good operator like ACI Jet at your airport. They have everything, they do everything. But it's kind of like, I'm hearing a lot of discontent about general aviation service, and getting your aircraft taken care of. I think there's one really important distinction that I want to make, is that I believe that ACI is a very, very good jet and customer service future company. But I also believe that Lloyd's Aircraft or Aviation can do the jet service, can help us grow with that. But I feel more comfortable with Lloyd's process because general aviation maintenance is going to come first. And that's critical to me. I know a lot. I've been on by the way, as being an ad hoc member, I've been on the airport commission for 10 years. So, no, it's okay. I didn't take it personally. I want you to know that. And Sharon is a pilot. But we just took the two best at the time and had Mr. Hammond step off to protect the integrity of this decision. This is not an easy decision for us, but it's a 40-year decision. We had a very bad experience with somebody, I don't have to mention his name, but we lost millions of dollars. And the reason why this little 5-year segment is in there was probably our fault at the ad hoc, because we want to make sure we're going to like Lloyd's or we're going to continue to work and like ACI. It was sort of just one of those plug-in things. I haven't changed my mind. I still feel in my heart that Lloyd's Aviation is the way to go. And I have no disrespect for ACI Jet. I love what you've done. I thank you for helping us. But we have to grow with somebody that we feel comfortable with. And with the development of the airport, that's why I feel this way. So go ahead, Fred.
Okay, thank you. So I'll give my background, et cetera, too. First of all, let me say that everybody that contacted me about this, I was willing to talk to. And most of them I did. The only disappointment I had was of the public that sent me emails and I offered to talk to, not a one of them accepted my invitation and would talk with me. And I found that disconcerting. But I have an airport background too, and family background. My mother was a pilot. She started flying when she was 18 years old at Billy Mitchell Field in 1922. So, but she quit as soon as they put cockpits on the plane because she couldn't feel the wind in her hair anymore. Now, I didn't fly right away. I didn't start flying until about 50 years ago. So I've only got just less than 2 million miles in the air, but not as a pilot, as a passenger. And I've flown in all kinds of planes. And I was based on one airport, my office was, and we had our hangar there. And the mayor put me on a committee that actually was for the airport. It was a county committee. And that's where we planned and developed the design for Medina International Airport in San Jose. And that's where our hangar was. And initially, right away, hey, Lloyd's reminded me so much of that proposal. And the more I look at what they're proposing, the more I can remember when you're sitting on a plane on the runway at San Jose International and you look towards Santa Clara, that's Lloyd's all along that side of the airport. It's San Jose Airport. But not what I want here. Because in San Jose, we had 3 other general aviation airports that took up all the little T hangars and took care of the private pilots. Because there was no place for them at San Jose. Not anymore. I mean, we were one of the last ones that still had a private jet there. But that's because we had a big jet, required 2 pilots, the whole thing. And it fit somewhat, but not as it became international. Then it no longer fit there either. So then the public was totally frozen out and it became totally commercial. I can't see that as the future of our airport. And the more I talk to all the people, and especially the people who actually had planes, who actually flew, who actually needed maintenance on their planes, the more and more I found them favoring Lloyd's. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought of, do we really want to become San Jose? Or do we want to become something that serves this whole area? Because there are very few general aviation airports anywhere in this area. And those pilots are correct. If we start to all of a sudden become too commercial, there's no place for them to go. And I don't want that. And so when I look at this, one thing I like about Lloyd's is if we don't they try and perform, they don't do it, then fine. They'll give us a way to get out and go back to ACI or anybody else who wants to bid on the contract and meet our specifications. But it all depends upon where we want to go. And when it comes to the spaceports and taking care of those planes, if you've ever seen how they put those up, they're slightly bigger than the size of a Volkswagen with wings. Those aren't big planes. They don't have rockets except they do have a rocket, but it doesn't even fire until they're up at 20,000 feet, which means they're already out over the ocean somewhere. And that's when they go up into space. And then they can turn around and come back and land. But they're going to land at a small airport, just like this. And that's why we made a great place for spaceport also, because it's horizontal, it's not vertical launch. And it's a big difference. So all in all, the more I looked at it, the more I talked to people, and the more I also found out that there is a current leasee out there at the airport that wants to also build a big commercial hangar. But if ACI comes in and builds theirs, they don't think there's room for 2, and they're just going to leave our airport. And that's one of our local boys. So again, I don't want to freeze our local person out who's already there and already has plans for a hangar like that to get frozen out either. So all in all, I think I'd like to give Lloyd's a chance.
Sure. Okay, anybody who's been around me very much knows that I, just sit back and relax. Little bit of history. Gregory mentioned that I used to be a pilot. That was 40 years ago. Things have changed tremendously, but I flew 150, 152, 172, 172 XP, 182, and a Turbo 206. So, but I never got my license. But I qualified. I flew under the hood and I flew at night and I qualified for everything, but I just never did my triangulation to get my license. So, but things have changed a lot. I don't begin to understand what it is to step into a cockpit today. But after the meeting in December, I first started out by taking an airport tour with Eric. Frida was there for a little while, and with Mark. That was about a 2-hour plus tour. And I came away from that airport understanding one thing. We have a gem. And people are just starting to know about it. And it's our gem. It's Paso Robles City's gem. Nobody else's. I then spent a couple hours with Kendall. He thought it was only going to be an hour. I spent time with Dave Newtile. Again, that was quite a while too, probably an hour and a half. He got cut short. Steve, the mechanic, was about 45 minutes because Gregory was with me and he wasn't as patient. I spent time with Bill. I was at your place for a couple of hours. I spent time with Mr. Crowell here, and then went over to Lloyd's and took a tour of their place over there. That was before there was any inclination of me serving on the ad hoc committee. I just wanted to understand the process and the people. When I got on the ad hoc committee, I read everything, not once, not twice, but 3 times. I made notes, I asked questions, and I asked for comments and clarification. I took this extremely serious. And for anyone to intimate that I was a proxy vote for our mayor has not spent 5 minutes with me, or they would know different. I make my own mind up, and I try to do the research behind it. And through that research, we made a decision on the ad hoc committee, and it resembled, at least in majority opinion, as the other 2. And ACI is an excellent company. Lloyd's is an excellent company. And I know a lot of people in Bakersfield, and they're pretty brilliant. So I wouldn't put anybody down just because they're not from Paso Robles or located close to Paso. There are brilliant people everywhere, and I've met a lot of them in this area too. But in looking at and comparing the proposals in depth, I came to a very clear decision that I would support Lloyd and then be an RFBO. I don't have any concerns about their finances, as I don't have concerns about ACI. And that is a concern from the past that we've had. But I'm not worried about that. So I appreciate everybody's input, everybody's time that they've given to me to educate me, and I appreciate it. But it's a very clear decision for me.
Chris, would you like to say anything?
I would. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mark. Frida, thank you for your help in putting this together. I'm not sure why we would want to change providers at this point. I don't see it saving money for the city. I think it costs money to the city. I think a change would be disruptive to the airport. I think we haven't begun to discuss the cost of that disruption. We should. I look at ACI as being part of the culture of Paso Robles, what has transformed into our tourist community. They understand that. They've been partners to that. You look at all of the letters of support that I'm assuming we all received from the folks in the tourist industry, in the wineries, in general aviation that support ACI. I would have to say probably 95% in favor of ACI. We're coming off of an era of not listening to the public. The public wants us to consider ACI and negotiate with ACI. Sorry. I think we need to listen to that voice. I'm not sure that the previous operator cost us millions, Mr. Gregory. I would take exception to that. You might have proof on that, but I don't think it was millions. I think the new operator, will they make millions? I don't think so, but I think they'll make a good return on their investment. I think everything that has been said to try to justify a switch away from our current partner could be applied, the 5 years, that could be applied very easily to ACI. The T hangars could very easily apply to ACI. The lack of general aviation maintenance, I wouldn't want to invest in a new business that I had a month-to-month operation or 4-year. That would be a tough justification. And now we're trying to get them to offer a 5-year deal. That, as a business person, that does not make sense to me at all. I think we go back and we look at the original proposals. From a business standpoint, ACI makes far more sense for a business. It makes far more sense as the city. I think it leaves the airport vastly more improved, and it partners with those, whether it's spaceport or tourism. I think there could be a shift to general aviation. I think with ACI's partnership with Cuesta, they've already made that shift, waiting for that to happen, to come to fruition. We saw what a change Career Tech made at Paso Robles School. That's starting to happen now with ACI. I think there's probably more, whether it's avionics or radios or whatever else is needed out there. But I think if you had a 40-year lease to justify that expense, I'm willing to bet ACI would make that in a heartbeat. There is no reason to shift gears now, change horse in the middle of a stream. That just does not bode well for us, especially if the public is demanding that we go with ACI. I think we'll hear it back from the public loudly if we deny the public's voice.
Mr. Mayor?
You're all done?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Yep.
One more thing then. One thing, I don't try to make my presentations or my decisions based on tearing anybody down, which seems to be the fad today. That's the way to campaign. Trying to keep everything positive, I will say, ACI showed me that they are absolutely most outstanding at high-pressure salesmanship. They have done a tremendous job of selling themselves to the public. But obviously, the facts of the matter didn't support that through those who are professionally involved. And in this particular case, I don't think the public is as knowledgeable as those who are professionally involved in the airport at all times. And I have to take that into serious consideration of those who actually know the insides and know the negatives as well as the positives of the current owner, which I'm not going to go into publicly, has swayed my decision very heavily, just by the facts that I received. And members of the public, oddly enough, even though they had opinions and tried to tell me how to vote, wouldn't talk to me personally. And I never understood that. Never understood when not one of them would talk to me individually, one-on-one. Thank you.
So, I'll make one final comment. So I spoke to a lot of people about ACI and Lloyd's, and it was not 95% in favor of ACI. No offense. ACI, you guys are very well loved. But it was more like 50-50. The way I look at it is we have to choose a partner that we're going to go forward 40 years with. ACI is a great company, but so is Lloyd's. And a lot of people don't want to do the deep dive into what Lloyd's is or who they are. And that's okay because they don't live here, they don't work here, but a lot of people know them. I'm speaking, I won't say who, but I know a rear admiral that knows both companies very well. And he would favor Lloyd's. And I just think it's really important to just make the best choice we can and live with our choice and follow the process of letting the process take its place. And I'll entertain a motion if anybody wants me.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me find. All right. I will move that we accept the findings and recommendations of the ad hoc committee and authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with Lloyd's Aviation for fixed base operator services at the Paso Robles Municipal Airport.
I'll second.
Any more discussion? I will make a comment before we take the vote. Thank you to the Airport Commission for all the work, blood, sweat, and tears you guys did to help us get all the answers we needed, and to both operators for working with us. So please call for the question.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Roden,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes, aye.
Motion passes 3-1.
Thank you. So, I don't know if you will.
Thank you all for being here.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Is that okay, Coach?
Good to see you, Dave.
I'd like to call a meeting back to order. Council. Sharon?
Did you bring me a dessert?
No. Chris? All right, we're going to come back, and I'm assuming the seat again. Thank you for helping out on this, Pro Tem Gregory, to get this item finished. All right. So now we have item N, City Manager's Report. Ty Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and condense this as quickly as I can so people can get to bed. Just a reminder that tomorrow is city holiday, June 19th, so City Hall will be closed, national holiday actually. Also, this past week on June 15th, we had our summer reading launch party. Library did a great job there. We have repairs going on 17th Street, long awaited on the road segments there, being excavated in preparation to install curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. We have some accolades for Natalie Gonzalez, who achieved certification as a backflow prevention assembly tester on the 7th. Good job there. City Waste Department oversees, the City Water Department, inclusive of the Water Quality Division, oversees compliance with backflow assembly testing. So that process was a big milestone for us as well. We also got a Megan Redstone, an operator in training at the wastewater treatment plant. Got a grade 1 wastewater operation exam earlier this week and passed it. We have our aquatic staff in full gear going on at our pools. Wastewater collections are underway, field maintenance to ensure functionality. The police department has 2 new officers, Colton Anderson and Joshua Martinez. Elizabeth Place, one of our detectives at the police department, attended a national law enforcement training on child exploitation hosted in Georgia. So the city continues to invest in specialized training for our police departments. Police Athletic League's Junior Giants baseball program kicked off this week. City staff have been working to improve functionality and aesthetics at the city and library. You might be able to walk around or saw today some new signs that point to the council chamber. Upstairs, there's some places that direct people to go depending on what services they need. Centennial Park pedestrian path is under repair as well. We're working on a grant-funded fiber expansion south end of Vine Street, north of First Street. We have a summer recreation season of camps for kids and teens. Began this week with the Youth Evolution basketball camp, brick building camp using Legos, materials, and Jedi and butterfly yoga. I like that. I like Jedis. Ahead of the Paso Robles Waste and Recycle will begin to institute its new holiday schedule during the week of July 4th. They'll be closed on the holiday, which is, again, tomorrow. And that concludes my updates.
All right. Thank you very much, Ty. Come now to council business and committee reports, and maybe start with the Councilwoman Roden.
Going to be somewhat short. I went to the library get together there in the park. There was a pretty good turnout. Library was giving away books to kids, and Peter was there with her group from Parks and Rec. Spin the wheel and win a little rubber ducky, and I got 2 free passes to go swim. I didn't get the rubber ducky. I wanted to trade it in, but that's my the only other thing, and I want to bring this up, is I was invited to the Shandon graduation. They had 16 graduates this year, but they were honoring the first class of graduates of 1924. And there were 6 graduates, and there were representatives of the families of each graduates. My grandmother was one of the first graduates, and her younger brother, my grandmother's Eleanor Twisselman still, and her brother, Henry, who was a year younger, but they made her wait a year until he could ride on the horse with her to go to school. and 2 Tuckers. So Gary Tucker and his granddaughter were there to represent them, a Truesdale and a Stanley. And we were each given a frame picture of our family member. And the representatives for Henry Twisselman were my cousin Kate Twisselman and Jill Healy, Jill Twisselman Healy. And at the time of graduation in 1924, they did not give them a certificate for graduating from Shandon because they were still linked to the Paso Robles School. So we were each given a certificate of graduation for them from Shandon. From Shandon.
Nice.
So that was very special to all of us. So I want to, again, thank those who were involved in putting that together. That was not easy to run down a lot of family members. So anyway, that's it.
Very good. Councilman Strong.
Well, thank you. I attended the liaison committees I could, but in my usual role, I represent us at the national level, as you know, and we had the National League of Cities meeting in California for a change. And out of that meeting, because I am on Transportation and Infrastructure Committee there, and I was then put up and designated to be the resolution person for aviation and for space. So we did get into aviation fuel, among other things, and some special concerns we have at the national level about controls, and we are looking into that and proceeding on that. We also set our goals for next year, which were very interesting because it's a departure from where we've been. Number 1, safety. That has become our highest priority, even trumping environment where it's necessary. And we had some good examples of that, and I'll give a real brief one. There was a freeway called Highway 101 that was stopped at Gilroy way back when they were getting into a freeway because they found 4 endangered lizards. It took them decades to find a resolution to those lizards, during which time on the old highway, which was so dangerous, we lost 45 human lives. And the question becomes, aren't we part of the environment? And are 4 lizards really worth 45 human lives? And we think we better pay more attention to safety. Our second priority is going to be to support regional government, because the regions and the cities have to work more closely together. We can't be going to Washington, D.C. and having different voices. Together, we can accomplish a whole lot more. And so we are going to be working more closely with regional government in the coming year. And the final thing is to work more with the staff at the national level, with the administration, because we have to streamline those processes. Those grant processes are costing us almost as much as they're worth. And we've got to streamline that process so that we get them done more quickly and more efficiently, and we start combining some of these things so that they make more sense. Because we shouldn't have to go after 3 or 4 different grants to get the same one project completed, which is ridiculous. So those are going to be our priorities for the coming year. And I think we're going to move well on that. I will be going now to the national level. At the regional level, this Saturday I'll be flying out to Atlanta, and I'll be there most of next week, working on exactly the same things, where I'm the chair of that Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And we will be proceeding with many of these same items. So that's my report for now.
Yeah, I remember that part of 101 through Morgan Hill and Gilroy, called it Blood Alley. That was quite yeah, it was. Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Just very quickly, thank you, Attorney Hall, for the update on the city's whistleblower policy. I have another, just a follow-up. We had approved bringing a resolution to support the Taxpayer Protection Act. We did that unanimously. Still waiting to see that come back on a future agenda, hopefully on July 16th. On June 10th, Steve and I attended the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee meeting. We had our Airport 221 same day, and then later in the evening, Main Street Board meeting, June 13th, Library Board of Trustees meeting, and on Thursday, and enjoyed JD project in our downtown city park. I didn't get to stay very long. I was working, but it was very nice to walk around and see people, see dogs, see all kinds of things. It was nice.
No dogs allowed during the concerts.
That's what I thought.
Councilman Gregory.
So,
Mr. Gregory, before you start, the taxpayer initiative, we will have a decision from the Supreme Court on Thursday morning at 10 a.m.
yeah, I wanted to talk about that too.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So,
I'm sorry. Why is that, Jermaine?
You asked about the taxpayer initiative. The Supreme Court's ruling on its validity on Thursday morning.
We can still support it, can we not?
Not if we throw it out.
It may not be on the ballot by Thursday, depending on what the Supreme Court does.
The spirit lives on, though.
That is up to this council. I'm just alerting you that
I
there
thought
is
we
a
already
decision.
did that. I see.
I have an alternative suggestion that's very powerful.
We'll see.
So I met with Linda Becker and Judy Avery and 6 other people, including Pastor Teague. Is that his name? Teague. Anyway, so, and I explained to them what this law is all about and how it's going to work.
I'm sorry. Can you explain to them?
Well, so I wanted to give them an idea. But everybody came away from that meeting is what we really need to do is get a resolution supporting Prop 13 strongly as a county, as a committee, as a council. Because Prop 13 is way more important than that, and that one's not going to pass the muster at the Supreme Court.
So ACA 1 destroys 13, ACA 13 destroys it. And the countermeasure to ACA 1 and 13 is the Taxpayer Protection Act, which is why we wanted to support that. I get waiting for the Supreme Court if that's what you want to do. Okay.
I'm just telling you that's not what it represents, so you got it wrong.
I do not.
Okay. See? Yeah. I'm right again. Okay. So senior meeting with Mr. Bausch, and then what else to do? I went to Travel Paso today, and I heard some very interesting news about aircraft and airlines. So they are now considering destination flights from Salt Lake, Boise, Idaho, and where was the other? They already got Denver, but there's 3 more cities being considered for SLO.
SLO.
Yeah, this came from Visit SLO.
New routes into San Luis?
Yeah, direct flights.
Good.
So it's getting better and better down there. And then that's about it for me.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I attended bunch of meetings here. Actually, the California Space Sector meeting follow-up that we did up in Sacramento. That was an online meeting. Also, 3CE Community Energy ad hoc appointments. I was on that committee. Also, did the ECHO stakeholders meeting, quarterly meeting, and they're doing really well. Overall, 130 beds in both Tascadero and Paso Robles currently now. Their shower program, their meal program, their wash program, just all the programs that they offer for the homeless, and they're even doing a program where they pick up trash in the riverbed. ECHO is doing a great job with those folks down there and helping out. We also had meetings with the County IWMA, Integrated Waste Management, also the Air Pollution Control District. I also met with the honor flight participants, a few of them that were going to take their flight. I had another meeting at 11. I could only be there a little while. I actually did the same D-Day program that I did at the end of the meeting last week or a couple weeks ago for a service club, and then they thought it was kind of interesting. So that's all I did. Upcoming events, we have what Ty mentioned, city services are going to be closed for observance of Juneteenth tomorrow. Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting is going to be June 25th next week, 6:30. Paso Robles Airport Commission is going to be the 27th at 6:30 out at the airport. Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee is going to be on July 3rd. And we also have facilities, again, closed, the City Hall in observance of Independence Day, Thursday the 4th, which we're going to be, I hope, all out at the Barney Schwartz for that event. The Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee is going to be April 8th at 1:30. Paso Robles Park and Recreation Committee regular scheduled meetings July 8th at 4 o'clock. We have the Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting here again July 9th, 6:30. The Paso Robles Library Board Trustees, July 11th, 9 o'clock in the morning. And then our next meeting is going to be here, Paso Robles City Council, July 16th at 6:30.
So John, can I make a couple more comments?
You bet. Yeah.
So I just wanted to make a couple comments. One is about recreation and leisure. For all those that you don't know this, but on Father's Day, you could go free to the Ravine Water Park with a paying ticket.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So my wife and I ran right over there and went in the water park for 4 hours. It was good. So, and the other thing I'd like to say is I'd like to say thank you to our city council, our city attorney, and Thomas. Very nicely done during the whole ad hoc process. He was very good.
Again?
You can't control yourself on the ball. I thought Elizabeth was assertive in meetings, but Thomas has got you beat. So, but I want to say thank you. It's really nice to be able to keep everything on the go. So, thank you.
Okay.
And one other comment too, I think they're still short of volunteers for 4th of July. So if anybody from Lloyd's would like to come over and volunteer.
And are we still short on little funds going on there
We
too?
are short of a little funds with that too.
Yeah.
So you could get a hold of maybe Frida or Ty or anybody. Me, we can do it all. Anyway.
You get a free T-shirt.
And
Barbecue.
a barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue.
Yeah, and it's a 2-hour stint. So it's out at it's across from there. It's at
We'll
Barney
let you know.
Schwartz.
It's Barney Schwartz.
Park
Yeah.
at the water park. We can walk over.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you.
Looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Pro Tem Gregory first.
Second.
Second for Strong. All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.